Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashakun,
Here.
Nikosi Nelson,
Here.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Paul Gautier,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia,
Here.
Laura Marquez.
Here. It is 6:17 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. Next, let's please direct your attention to our board norms video.
Every month, the Leander ISD Board of Trustees gathers in the room you're in to make decisions about my future.
I may never speak at a board meeting, but every decision they make affects me.
When they listen to each other, it helps them hear us. The team of 8 will prioritize mutual respect and inclusivity by actively listening, demonstrating respect for all opinions, making space for each other, and recognizing the equal purpose and value of every member.
When they are prepared, we are prepared. The team of 8 will ensure integrity and accountability by maintaining transparency and honesty in all interactions, being prepared for every meeting, and responding in a timely manner to all necessary requests and inquiries.
When disagreements stay respectful, solutions become possible. The team of 8 will maintain a commitment to learning and engagement by staying curious, asking clarifying questions, and remaining actively involved in the work of the board and the district.
When leaders keep learning, schools keep improving. The team of 8 will engage in mission focus and constructive dialogue by not only acknowledging issues, but concentrating on strategic objectives, criticizing privately while praising publicly, focusing on common goals and actively promoting the positive image of the district.
When they assume the best in each other, it helps us become our best. The team of 8 will employ productive conflict resolution by seeking common ground, assuming positive intent, separating issues from personalities, keeping the focus on core beliefs, and always assessing how a decision or disagreement impacts the district while maintaining appropriate confidentiality.
We learn from our teachers learn from their leaders, and our elected Board of Trustees can better teach us by the way they lead.
Every decision,
Every student.
Every meeting.
Thank you for serving Leander ISD.
Awesome. I just love those board norms because it gives the board a little reset and reminds us why we're here. Next, we will now head to the citizens' comment portion of our agenda. And before I invite the 2 speakers tonight to the microphone, we'll watch a short introductory video.
Hello, my name is Rocco Robledo. I'm an 8th grader at Cedar Park Middle School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during this meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you've read guidelines specified in Board Operating Procedures and BED Local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
All right, if speakers number 1 and 2 can please come to the microphone. Speaker number 1, whenever you're ready.
And thank all of you for being here. Those that are on the board, the staff people, we greatly appreciate all that you do for our district and our students. I know that you are struggling and you face some real challenges right now with the board, with the budget. I understand that you may need to look at putting a bond forward. I would encourage you to look at that. And if you need to do a bond in order for HVAC or any of those types of things, I would encourage you to do that. The last thing we want is for something like that to fail and for you not to have the funding to take care of it. And Vader, would also be, in my opinion, very appropriate at this time. I am very concerned about our teacher pay increases. I'm very concerned about special needs education for our students in our district that need that. I continue to be concerned. I know that everyone loves their schools, but I can continue to be concerned that we may have some underutilized schools that we may need to close. I know those are rough decisions, but that may be a budget necessary in these current situations. I encourage all of my fellow voters to get out and vote and to quiz their elected officials about public schools and paying our teachers better. Again, thank you so much for your service and all that you do.
Thank you, Speaker 1. Speaker number 2.
Good evening. As a board member, I've watched firsthand how fiscally irresponsible we've been over the last few years. This idea that we do a budget deficit, I was against it. In fact, I was reading some articles where largest Texas school districts adopt budget deficits across the state. And not only that, they're out too are doing the Vaders, and we're doing this weird game of chicken. Last year, we had a hold harmless affect us up to, what was it, $10 million? And how much of that $10 million did we get back? Last year, we also closed a school. How much would it cost to have kept that school open? When the numbers came down, it was like $2.1, $2.3 million. I don't like the idea that we are playing chicken with the state and we are joining other districts in that same game. It's wrong. Last year we lost. I don't want us to lose again this year. I'd rather us be fiscally responsible of looking to see what money we have and what we are going to do with it than to simply play games. Like this year, we adopted, what was it, -9 million, I think we settled on, something like that. Have a good night.
Thank you, Speaker 2. All right, board members, we will now move to our consent agenda item. Board members, do you have any motions related to consent agenda items? It's okay. Let's focus on, board members, let's focus on our work that we are all here to do, those that are left. So we're on our consent agenda item, and I need a motion for that, for those that have left and to do the work.
I move that the board approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second. A motion from Laura, a second from Gloria. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. All right, board members, we are now going to move on to our 4A, which is discussion of the Citizen Facility Advisory Committee recommendations, potential bond invader financial considerations. Board members, I know this is a big topic. We are very eager to hear from this committee and individuals. Let's let them go through the presentation first. Hold your questions, write them down, and then we will share the mic and do our job as Board of Trustees. Whenever you're ready, Jeremy, take it away. What am I doing? L? Oh.
Yeah. LHS, yes. We're waiting on slides. Okay. Yeah. Well, I do appreciate a lot of individuals around the square wearing their navy blazers tonight. I do appreciate us coordinating our colors, as you'll see. This was not planned. Okay, so how about I get started? I hope this transition goes in seamlessly. Otherwise, we're going to have another awkward silence. And so, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Clark. We're here tonight as the second conversation in what we kind of pitched out there as a 3-part series. Last week, we discussed major context around the financials and also operational considerations that we have in front of us, and also as a district, but also you as a board. And so we want to make sure that we continue along that path. And we're going to cover several things today, but I do have several individuals here, and I'm going to introduce them as we transition into their section of the presentation. And obviously this has a lot to do with bond. We're going to just touch on Vader, but the bond is really, really tied to a lot of hard work that started back in February from the Citizens Facility Advisory Committee. And so I want to make sure that I thank everyone who was involved in that process. We had about 70 community members involved in that work from February all the way through June. Our steering committee did their work in the month of June. And so a lot of site visits and just general context. And I'm going to tell you that when it started and when it finished, that's two different groups of individuals as they learn more about the needs across the district and all the context behind that and any financial considerations. They took all of that. And I'll tell you, it wasn't always easy. And it was a complicated process, but it with difficult conversations and challenges across the table. But I am very proud of the work that they did and the product that they're going to share with you tonight. Did I get to the awkward spot? Okay, I got to the awkward spot. I'm advancing through some random slides. And so I'll show a timeline. I'm going to skip through that when I get to it, because the charters were approved back in November of 2025, and is when we develop charters, then we start planning on developing the structure of a committee, and so all that was done in January, and we got all the volunteers and structured them, divided amongst several subcommittees in order to concentrate the work, so not everyone was looking at every component. And so that work happened over the several months from February all the way into May. And those subcommittees then presented out to our steering committee. And that work, which we presented some of that structure before, it was prioritizing our projects, across multiple tiers, and then giving that justification and that context to the steering committee so then they could take it forward. I will highlight one thing that I think was kind of unique about this group is that typically you go from subcommittee to steering committee and you just take it from that point. But oh no, we went back through everything and really dug in, and every department, every program that was represented was at the table to kind of describe these projects even in more depth. And I think that's how we were able to get that additional context and understanding in order to put together the recommendation that you're going to see tonight. And so Clint Pruitt and Rachel Lilla are going to go through that presentation, but after that, then we have to consider the financials around that and how would this even happen if it was to move forward. And so we have Blake Roberts with PFM and also Madison Pearson with Nickel Hayden Financial Advisors. They're going to help us gain some of that context. And then we're going to take a whole lot of questions. We also want to go over a communications plan. We have Christina Hardy, Chief Communications Officer, with us. Thumbs up, L? Look at the L? Okay. So this first slide that I'm going to get off stage pretty quick, but I wanted to go over this because this kind of transitioned from the last meeting, that we want to make sure that we have full clarity before any commitment is made. And so I already talked about the process and the culmination of what got us here tonight, but there's some things that we take from last meeting, that some of the things that we heard and some of the information that we hope is in this presentation tonight. And if not, hopefully we can elaborate on some of that to get those answers to you as a board member. But there's obviously questions about a lot of different things. Some of it may be timing. Some of it just may be relational around a Vader and a bond. Some may just be in the projects and the funding mechanisms. We're going to try to cover as much of that tonight as we can. And then, what would happen if the plan for November 26th didn't go forward? And what happens with deferment? What does that look like? What needs to be considered? And so we've tried to put some of that information together. And then also we heard that, Vader is a different conversation than the bond, and there may be less context needed around a Vader and more around a bond. And so that's why this is more concentrated around a potential bond. But today is not about any commitment for an election. This is just to gather additional context. And we really want to talk about guardrails, but we're going to get there. We can. And so looking at this as a team when it comes to the 26 bond recommendations. But before we go to a 26 bond, let's quickly highlight and talk a little bit about 23 bond. As we get near the end of the 2023 bond implementation, there's a lot to celebrate. And there's not only new facilities in that 23 bond. We're in one of those facilities right now. But there's also things that are very similar to what you're going to see within the 26 bond, and that's maintaining and taking care of the facilities that we do have right now and our systems and our components as well. So I wanted to highlight that. And if you want to just keep track with these, if you're in social media, Facebook and Instagram, if you follow our bond page, you'll see a lot of updates with our communication there. Website, we try to update that as much as possible. Sometimes you're going to see more data than you want. Sometimes you want to see more pictures. Between our social media and our website, I hope that our community, you as a board, can get as much information as you need. And so we're constantly looking at updating that to make sure we're tagging along. I do want to also acknowledge that sometimes with major bond programs, you have overlap, right? And that's kind of what we're looking at now as we close out 23 and talking about another future bond. Because of the projects and the timing and sequencing, you will have some overlap, and that's not a bad thing. That's actually a good thing to make sure that you can bridge between the two bond programs. Here's that timeline I spoke of earlier from all the way back in October, November when the charters, all the way to today as we have these conversations. And so a lot of this work was happening over the springtime as we close out the school year, and you're going to see the product of all of that work tonight. Okay, and so what I want to do now is I want to hand it off to our two co-chairs of that steering committee. Again, this all started with 70 members down to a steering committee in order to build the recommendation that you're going to see tonight. But I want to hand it off to both Rachel and Clint to walk us through this the rest of this presentation until we get to the next segment.
Good evening. Okay. I'm used to the other microphone. Just kidding. Good evening. Thank you for having us. Are you going to do that? Okay. Jeremy touched over quite a bit of it, but I'll make it more fun. So the subcommittees met and they started going over what the districts needed right now, what was an important project, and each subcommittee really debated it after going through touring and meeting with multiple people throughout the district. They voted and created a refined list for the presentation to the steering committee, and over the course of 2 days, they presented to the steering committee for us to ask questions and really dive into the information that we wanted to know for when we met as just the steering committee. We met over the course, I want to say, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Yeah, it was great. We met like twice a week. It was great. And we really did not go as an overview. We got into the nitty-gritty and really asked deep and meaningful questions about the work that was done and asked a lot of the administration, and they were great about giving us as much information as possible. We had some really interesting conversations and voted down slowly through all the projects to refine our list and make our recommendations. And then now, look, you see number 4, I'm here. So there were 3 tiers that we were given to the subcommittee presented to us that we then used to consider what we would place on the bond. Tier 1 were the most critical, Tier 2 were important, and Tier 3 were the desirable. The majority of the bond includes Tier 1, but we did feel the need to move several of the Tier 2 items up, and Clint will go over some of those items that we thought were important. So we had 2 options that we decided were important based on our conversations as the steering committee to present to the board, knowing everything else going on in the system. And we thought that the highest priorities were facilities, safety and security, student programs and support, and energy efficiency and conservation. The committee based our presentation on two ideas, a 4-year cycle and a 3-year cycle. One would be a wider net, and the other would be a 3-year net that would not affect all of the projects, but some of them will reduce the scope and reduce the cost of the bond as a whole.
I guess it's my turn. So you got the fun slides, and I get, you know, the laundry list of very important items. And so, as Rachel mentioned, each of these slides, as we go through the different, those 4 different areas, but we'll start with high schools, middle schools, elementaries, and then we'll get into safety and security, technology, and ancillary. But on each of these slides, you'll see that 4-year cycle and the 3-year cycle. Anywhere you see the blue arrow is where there is a difference between, a cost difference between the 4-year cycle and the 3-year cycle. And there's none on this slide, but you'll see some of the items that have a dollar sign next to them. Those are the ones that come with an operational savings. So there's a cost avoidance or operational savings on those items that are identified with a blue dollar sign. So starting with high school, you'll see, and I won't go line by line, but definitely want to highlight several things as we go through. You'll see right away that the Leander High School Phase 2 master plan is a big number, right? It's by far the biggest single number on any of these projects. But we spent a large amount of time as a committee discussing this item, looked at is there any ways to chop it up and do this and do that and reduce it here, reduce it there, and ultimately came to a pretty strong consensus that leaving it as planned for the Phase 2 to take care of the disjointed nature of that building. Not to get off on a tangent, but I went to that building a few years before Jeremy, way back in the day. And so to continue to fix that disjointed nature and also remedy some of the undersized spaces in that building, the committee felt like this was very important. And then going on through high school, you're going to see a lot of these repeated through the different levels, but fire alarm system upgrades, HVAC equipment, expansion joints, roofing repairs, artificial turf replacement, several athletic related with artificial turf and track resurfacing, these items that have, you know, an 8 to 10 year life cycle. So most all of these items, or a lion's share of these items, are all going to be life cycle replacement and modernizations. Continuing on with high schools, again, tennis courts, removal of the ropes courses at several campuses, band practice lots, resurfacing those, musical instruments, stage curtains, gym floor sands and resurfacing, and we really got into and we talked about earlier, right? We pulled in so I served on the steering committee 3 years ago, and I think one of the improvements that the district made from then to now is on the steering committee, we actually had members that were brought up to the steering committee from the different subcommittees. So you had that kind of continuity. And then on top of that, we brought in technology and fine arts and athletics on each of those nights to really dig into a number of these items. But gym floors, right? The difference between a resurfacing and a sanding, every 10 years, like every time you resurface those gym floors, after 8 to 10 years, at some point you got to sand all that down to the bare wood and repaint the whole thing. So you can't just continue to stack surfaces on top of surfaces. So we got to that. My reason for bringing that up is the committee kind of got to that level of detail of wanting to understand these individual projects. And then ag barn improvements at 2 of the high schools. On this slide, you'll see a couple of those items that have the blue dollar sign for operational savings. Of course, the first item there is culinary equipment replacement at Cedar Park High School, and then LED. And the LED lighting is one of those items that I think fell into the category 2, because it's not something that's preventing us from operating, but the reason that the committee felt like it was important to bring it up as part of the recommendation is it comes along with, again, the cost avoidance. And I think we have a slide later on that quantifies the cost avoidance of these items. And also there's some LED field lighting at 3 of the high schools. Moving on to the middle schools, we've got, if you look at the 4-year cycle, we've got 2 middle schools, Henry Middle School and Canyon Ridge Middle School, that are meeting that, they're at that 25-year or 20 to 25-year for full modernization. And so the difference between the 4-year cycle and the 3-year cycle is if for Canyon Ridge Middle School, it falls off when you go from 4 years to 3 years, but our recommendation as a committee to not lose time once we, assuming that would then be in the next bond, is you would include the design portion. If the board ultimately decided to go with a 3-year cycle, you would still include the design funds for Canyon Ridge Middle School. And again, more fire alarm upgrades, roofing repairs, artificial turf conversion at Canyon Ridge Middle School. That would be similar to the project that was included in the last bond at Running Brushy Middle School. Those 2 middle schools being the kind of standalone middle schools that have a middle school stadium. There's a lot of advantages to converting that to turf, and disadvantages of continuing to try and maintain a grass field that gets the amount of use in the times where we're not, school districts aren't allowed we can't get waivers to water the fields like maybe we could in the past. Track reconstruction at Leander Middle School, and then track resurfacing at 8 campuses. More musical instruments and stage curtains at the middle school, campus furniture replacement at Cedar Park Middle School and Leander Middle School, and then again, the LED interior lighting conversion at 5 campuses that, again, I won't say it every time, but those do come along with the cost avoidance and an offset savings on the M&O side of the budget. And then, again, gym floor sanding and resurfacing. Moving on to elementary schools, and this is where you can really see, going back to Jeremy's point about the explosive growth, around basically the end of the 1990s and into the 2010 really. But there's a total, I think, of 7 elementary schools that will be, if looking at the 4-year cycle, there's a total of 7 that are due for modernization, starting with Nauman Elementary, that's actually approaching 27 years. And then again, if the board decided to go with a 3-year cycle, 3 of those campuses would fall off, but we would recommend keeping the design portion of those projects in. And again, very similar to the other levels, fire alarms, more HVAC replacements, roofing, playground equipment at 5 campuses, and then the musical instruments and LED lighting conversions. Moving on to safety and security, and I think this is one of those things for school districts that it's been important for many years, but it's more important, now than ever. And I think whether it's Leander ISD or pretty much any other school district bond that you look at now and going into the future, I think that you're always going to see a very important, safety and security needs are going to be an important component of bonds now and in the future. And so that first item to highlight that, it would be repurposing an existing building. I think what was discussed at this point was the current New Hope High School building for a police department. The police department is already outgrowing their current building, and they're also, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're housed in 2 different locations, and so this would allow them to be under one roof, right? So that's the first item, and then probably the biggest single item on this category is security cameras, upgrading security cameras and access control alarms across the district, security camera servers, cameras for special education classrooms, and then law enforcement. This is another state requirement that all districts are required to comply with. Is the law enforcement and first responder radio infrastructure. Their radios have to work in our buildings, and so this is an important thing from a safety and security aspect, but also a compliance component to it. And then campus radios and repeaters as well. Some security analytics, and then an emergency. We actually spent a good bit of time talking about the emergency management vehicle and enclosed trailer that would allow them to basically put everything in a vehicle and be able to respond promptly and have the everything they needed, whether it's an emergency at a district facility or the floods from last summer, or there's all kinds of emergency situations that would be an important asset. And then I think moving into the last category, information, last but not least, information technology needs, backup generator replacement at the technology center, fire suppression system, cybersecurity, student and staff, the biggest single line item in this category. And again, this is one of those that you'll see there's a pretty significant difference between the 4-year and the 3-year cycle of student and staff device replacements. Much like the building systems and components, these technology devices have a life cycle, and so this is a very important item to keep up with those replacement cycles. Campus switch refresh or replacement, and then voice over IP phone system refresh. UPS systems, and then optical. Don't get me lying about how much I know about some of these items. I think we have an expert in the room if there are questions on some of these. Then software as a service, and I think this is one of those things that I believe in conversations, and then also just talking with Jeremy, that software as a service is one of those items that I think historically may have been paid on the operating side, but changes in laws allow districts to pay for those software as a service on the bond side, and I believe that's something that was taken to the Bond Oversight Committee previously for basically currently bond funds are being used based on approval through the Bond Oversight Committee and ultimately the board, and then this would just be continuing that practice going forward. And then some career and technology, CTE equipment, and 3D printer refresh. And I forgot there was one more I left off, ancillary, and this is one of the near and dear ones to my heart. So ancillary needs, and pretty much ancillary is kind of everything else, whether it's transportation, facilities, maintenance, custodial type items. But the building, I guess, almost right next door, right? The central transportation facility is the same age as Nauman Elementary, so approaching 27 years. And so a modernization of that facility, some electrical distribution upgrades, HVAC equipment at support services and portables throughout the district, some plumbing, again, fire alarm system upgrades, and art kilns. And then one of the larger items, if not the largest item in this group, but also something that there's a compliance requirement here, bus replacement of 106 buses. There was a new law that was passed in the last legislative session that requires all school buses so school districts had to report by, I think, by the end of this past school year, had to report how many buses they had with school buses and without school buses. And then by September of 2029, all buses have to have 3-point seatbelts. And so this is a combination of, this would get the district in compliance with that seatbelt requirement. And then these are also, obviously, the buses are the aging fleet. So a little over $20 million to replace those buses, some custodial equipment, and LED lighting conversion like we saw in the other areas, and then this is the solar installation across 7 campuses, and we spent a good bit of time talking about these in particular because they were, maybe a priority too, but we know how important, anything that allows the school district to offset expenses on the operating side, and so the solar installation at the 7 campuses would come with a fairly significant payback over time. So if you break that out into the 6 different subcommittees, you can see the dollar amounts for each of the subcommittees over a 4-year cycle and a 3-year cycle, and obviously 4-year cycle adds up to about $708,500,000 on the 4-year cycle, and then just under $600 million on the 3-year cycle. And then kind of going back and quantifying those cost savings or cost offset, cost avoidance items. The software as a service, that saves approximately $2.5 million per year. The solar installations would save about $650,000, and just because this is kind of one of those areas I geek out on, right? The cost of electricity only goes up every year, and so this is one of those. It's $650,000 now, that number, and same with LED, right? Anything you're doing that saves electrical consumption, the dollar amounts that you see there represent, current savings. Those would very likely increase because every time your electrical rate increases, the cost avoidance that goes along with those items would increase as well. So all that adds up to about $3.5 million per year in savings offset on the operating side.
Okay, so
I think that wraps up our.
yeah, thank you. A lot of information even below inside all of those different line items, right? Because we went campus by campus and facility by facility. So our intent right here is to transition into the financial side so we get the full picture. Because I know we probably spend days on this right here, but you just let me know if that's okay to continue and just let Blake and Madison kind of run through financials and kind of tie that together.
Well, it's just, I'd like to ask the committee who worked on those things some questions before we get too deep into like the weeds on the financial portion. But I'm open to board. I just don't know why since we have our community.
That's fine.
here.
I want us to share the mic and make sure we stay on topic, because I know sometimes we like to get in this and then we'll start talking about the finance side. So don't get mad at me if I pull you out of that part. I'm going to put the law down now. All right, let's share the mic. Who wants to start?
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank the committee and everybody who worked on this and spent hours and time. My question, I have 2 questions. One, I'm just curious, like, now that you've experienced this, tell me what you think about, like, what went well, like, what was good in the process, because I love a governance process as far as y'all getting the information, feeling like you're bringing recommendations to us, and what is something we should think about improving in the future?
One of the things that I brought up earlier in the presentation was, the kind of that the district taking the time to look at from one cycle to the next and how can we improve, the CFAC process. And so the biggest thing for me, serving in this role 3 years ago and serving it again, was the inclusion of subcommittee members on the steering committee. That was probably the most helpful, individual thing that or change from last time to this time. That was, I think, very beneficial for the committee process and being able to, get a really deeper understanding and the context of the conversations and how the individual committees had arrived at what was most important to them.
And what would you improve?
I'll have to think about that a little bit.
Maybe I'll be the negative Nelly. I think my only hard part for me personally was we were operating the silo of what are the district's needs in the context of a bond, which I understood the portion, and it was, when you look through, a lot of these make great sense. It was really good work, and all of them are very wonderful suggestions that were really well thought out. But it's hard to operate in just a silo of thinking just the bond recommendations and not everything as a whole within the district. So that was just personally difficult for me.
And what went well?
Went well. I think it was amazing how much information each administrator brought to really define, the amount of stuff I learned about routers, for example, was fantastic. Dark fiber was also interesting for us. And it was great meeting all the different departments that each line item would affect and hearing how it would positively affect the student experience individually.
So thank you also for the great work, and it's extremely informative. I think that even though you are right that this is siloed work, it is going to inform as we look at other pieces. So we're gonna, with administration, put all the pieces together. So seeing all these numbers and all those zeros, I'm like, okay, this is a different time, even from the last time. So it's almost like this presentation and the work it's coming to us like business as usual, but I feel like we're not in business as usual times. So we need to figure out what those are and then really establish our priorities and look at impact on student outcomes and some of the other things that really will move things forward. So I do know that we are expecting a construction management audit report this fall, hopefully, so it should also feed into this. There's just so much that will go into this. The question I had was solar installation. You said 7 campuses, Austin Energy campuses. Have you looked at rebates or grants? I'm sure you've done all of that, but is that just not, is this after all of that, or is that just not applicable here?
Yeah, I want to take that one. So what was kind of brought forward in considering solar, so I'll also identify 7 campuses because you're probably doing the math. It's what happened to, say, Grandview Hills Elementary. So one of the approach here is to the investment. It's much more feasible to do these solar panels on what we call our metal roofs, right? They clip onto the metal roofs instead of doing these big systems on flat roofs, because then when you replace the roof, all of a sudden now I've got a bunch of solar panels on there. So we took out that complicated factor and just do it on the metal roofs, and that's why you only see 7 campuses, because Grandview Hills is all flat roofs. Now on the rebate side, yes. And actually, as we've gone through this, Austin Energy has actually increased the amount of rebate as well. And so one thing that we have to consider in all this, that there are rebates involved, but you never can count on them. So any rebate that comes forward would actually be more benefit into this. And one thing to consider, Austin Energy can work with school districts because we pay our electrical utility out of our operating funds. And so if those rebates are a direct credit to the district, that can then cycle back through M&O. So that's a good thing about Austin Energy. Any other rebates, we would go after every single one of them. It's very similar to buses. We'll go after every single rebate we can. But that would be additional benefit. We don't put it within these numbers because it's not a guarantee.
All right, thanks.
I have a question. I'm not sure who it goes to. I guess a little bit of both, but when I look at some of these recommendations, especially for the modernizations of schools, I'm thinking about our current situation with our enrollment. We have open enrollment, and I see some of these are on the borderline where we could potentially get kids from other campus districts. Like, was that conversation brought about with the committee members as far as modernization, as far as let's just not go put carpet and paint on the wall? Like, what are we going to do different for this modernization to make it a different elementary? Because, I mean, I'm going to say it, some of these schools on here are low enrolled schools. We're trying to gain enrollment. What are we doing differently that's going to attract people, that make them want to go there? Even if it's a name change, like Cox Technology Elementary School. Like, I don't know, like what? I'm not suggesting that. I'm not. Not just carpet and paint. Like, I want to know, like, what are we doing differently? Like, I can see the LHS master plan. I know right away when we do that, those kids are going to get a state-of-the-art robotics program that doesn't exist for them right now. I can talk about all those different things, but when I look at these modernizations, what's different?
So how I can paint the picture of what a modernization can be considered. We did modernizations within this bond scope, right? When we look at modernizations, because we know the systems that are involved, everything that's tied to a modernization is typically a life cycle type component system within that building, within that structure. And so a modernization in this concept is not assuming any changes to the building itself. Right now, we're in the business of educating kiddos, right? And we typically do that in a school building. And so we have school buildings. What we try to break this down is we're looking at the components themselves, not what the school is called or the building's called, what's inside of that building. We know that there are HVAC equipment, there is carpet, there is paint, there is technology, there is furniture. So we know that at minimum, we have that we need to be good stewards of. But understanding that circumstances change all the time. And so we have to navigate that, right, as a district, as a board. And so some of that can remain flexible, but at the end of the day, if these schools continue to be schools, we need to make sure that we plan for appropriate replacement of those systems and maintaining those.
So I guess just to also kind of piggyback off that, I'm thinking again, we've got to reimagine how we do education. We know this is just the reality we're in. I'm thinking about these elementary schools, and I know you'll have a process of deciding how it gets to the bond, but did we talk to any of these teachers that are in these schools? Have they, have any idea, did any of that information get there so the CFAC or subcommittees could have, an authentic conversation of what does learning look like in these new modernized schools?
Yeah, I would say, when we start, at the foundation of all of this work is saying, what campuses, from a modernization standpoint, what systems do we have that are reaching the end of their useful life? And once we start there, that's the foundation of it. It doesn't sound very exciting for a teacher teaching third grade. It doesn't sound very exciting for a Quest teacher at Cox Elementary on the first floor, right? Because of what may be included in here. And so from an HVAC standpoint, from a technology standpoint, a carpet, a paint, there could be some input, but when we're looking at the systems themselves, and that's what we want to focus on from a Citizens Facility Advisory Committee and establishing a bond. And so I would say that we did not have teacher input on that scope of the work. Now, if that scope would change in the future, then obviously some more feedback would be implemented into that program. But when we're just talking about the spaces and maintaining those systems, there's not as much of that. Not to say that when we go into modernization, we don't talk to people, but when we go into these modernizations, the meetings that we have to have with campus administrators and staff are pretty significant just on what the project will look like and what those overall needs are. There's some specifics around scope, especially when you get into secondary, that we've been able to improve upon and refine based on our experiences right now. So you have a lot more input when you get to secondary because of those different programs.
Can I just plus one what Anna said? So much of what you have there is running in my head right now. I don't want to get off track because that is something I want to delve into later. And especially when I'm looking at it and I see that we could maybe not do a complete modernization, but then as I'm reading it says design. I'm like, well, then why do you have to design how to change light bulbs, right? That is confusing, and so I think we're going to need explanation later on that from Jeremy. Just want to put a pin in that before we dive into that. From the committee who's worked so hard, I have a question to ask y'all. You already heard Anna kind of allude a little bit to long-range planning and where are we going and how are we increasing enrollment. And then also, I'll go into you kind of opened up of we looked at needs and not really wants. So I'm curious, do you think having a long-range plan might have impacted your process? I'm not even asking what the recommendations, because that's very hypothetical. Just want to know about process. What do y'all think, if y'all just had to guess, if you had had a long-range plan, do you think your process would have been different?
I would say yes. And my example would be the Leander High School. That was a really tough decision with that amount of money for that high school. It was an exceptional amount to vote yes for. But looking at what an amazing design and plan they have for that campus and what opportunities will be available for those students in the long run, it made it easier to say, I could vote yes for this as personally as a community member, but I also could tell my friends, hey, that's gonna be really cool for those students. And not as someone who would ever have a student there, I could even support it because I could see the long-term gain from modernizing that building.
So help me connect that dot then for a second. So you're saying you knew the long-range plan for the Leander campus, so modernization, you understood that easier.
Especially because this is a phase 2.
Am I making the dots correct? Then it would be easier to connect the dots on the modernizations for the other campuses if you had the long-range plan. Is that what you're saying, or am I putting words in your mouth?
Yes, because the amount of money that's being asked for, there's a plan. We got a detailed discussion of what that plan looks like, what that building will look like, how those students will have a new entrance. They won't have to walk all the way. And I've never even been to Leander High School. And even I was like, well, I want to go back to high school. That's going to be amazing. So it made it easier to say, there's a plan for this building. There's going to be another 25 to 40 years of kids in those rooms. And we know that I could say yes to that amount of money if I know that those are going to be utilized in that way.
My question had to do a lot with that. And I'm sorry, you were about to say something. Go ahead. I didn't realize.
No, she answered that perfectly. I was just going to add that probably one of the items that the committee spent the most time talking about was, but what about the long-range plan? How does, and especially in particular with modernizations and, enrollment and under-enrolled campuses, and, we finally decided as a committee, our charter and our charge is this, and so let's kind of stick to that, and not that, obviously we talked about it at length, but then ultimately it's like these buildings are still district assets, and we need to maintain those assets, and ultimately if the district and the board, there's a change that affects a particular campus, obviously, those funds could, you might pivot and do something slightly different if you're going to change how an elementary school was used. But you're still going to need to those major building systems still are going to need to be maintained and modernized.
My question was aligned to that around the long-range plan and how or if that would have affected, especially, it was interesting to hear you say Leander, because for me, I think of Leander High School as the most obvious one, right? That piece is in there. But when I look at this, I see a lot of schools that are on there that are part of our low enrollment, and we don't really know, what the next step is for those schools. And when I think about modernization, is a modernization that we're going to change that school to a technology school. We're going to turn that school into a K-8 academy. Who knows what we're going to do to that campus? And so I appreciate you answered my question of this was our focus, and we said we're going to stick to this focus. I think for me as a board member, it's hard, right now looking at this and saying, but we know that we're having these discussions about, are we going to consolidate that campus? What are we going to do with this low enrolled campus? And I sure don't want to go to the community for a bond and then we're having a discussion about closing that campus, 6 months later or something. So I feel like you answered my question. Our charter was we were going to do this, and you stuck to that. And I think, God, that's really hard. Y'all really had a hard job. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for being here. And I think for us, and especially for me, that's what I'm considering, right? I know a lot of these things have to happen,
but how do we put this in line with that long-range plan to make sure that we're not going to the community and asking for funds for something that, without knowing this other piece. So, yep.
Go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to speak to that because I'm sure you've all seen my face quite a bit when it comes to long-range plan and conversations. And so I do feel like Jeremy made a very good point that really made me struggle with this conversation because the buildings are in need of chillers and, HVAC and plumbing and just basic updating, that some of them are so old that we don't want that to fail because that's an even bigger expense. So it was really hard to reconcile, and I can't imagine having to vote on it as a board, so I'm sorry. But I feel like it was really hard to reconcile that because it's very valid conversations of like, we need the dark fiber updates, we need plumbing, we need emergency vehicles. So yeah, I just wanted to say it was all of them seemed very valid to us when voting yes, putting them on the bond.
First, I just want to thank y'all for your time that you volunteered to go through all of this. I know it's a lot, and it sounds like you and the whole committee really put a lot of effort into understanding these issues and trying to really give, a lot of thought to it. I guess a lot of the trustees have already kind of expressed some of the questions that I had, but including this context of like, did you grapple with the long-range planning piece and kind of needing that, but in addition to that, I was able to read through some of the minutes of some of the subcommittee meetings just to get a sense of like what members were kind of trying to think through, what were the things that they were grappling with. I didn't see those for steering, so I was just wondering if there were any other things that you all really were trying to work through, or context that would have been helpful, or information that would have been any other like nuances or caveats here that would be good for us to know as board members.
I can't think of really anything more than, what we've spent a lot of time talking about, right? We grappled as a committee, probably if I had to just name the top 2 or 3, right? Leander High School being the largest, and again, we spent almost an entire meeting just talking about Leander High School. And then it ultimately, came back to it like a couple of times, like, okay, let's table that. We'll come back to that. At some point we got to vote on it. That, and then, probably the next individual thing that kept coming up throughout the process was just the long-range plan and implications between decisions or recommendations that we're making and how those tie in to the long-range plan, but ultimately, again, trying to bring the committee back. I will, applaud and commend the committee as a whole. Us as co-chairs didn't have to do a lot of, there weren't very many, can't remember really, any moments where we had to be like, okay, guys, like, let's come back, like, let's remember what we're here for. The committee itself did a good job of kind of policing itself and staying on task.
I would say the thing that comes to mind is the actual cost of the bond was something we really struggled with. We voted as a steering committee of what is our goal to reach, like what do we think is the most we could ask of the community and that we ourselves would be willing to be comfortable with. And we came to the idea of let's just go through and see where we land, and then also give the option of a smaller bond, a shorter time bond to reduce the amount, to just see what that would look like. So that was really something we struggled with, was asking the community for a large sum of money at this time.
Thanks again, just thank you, because this information is super helpful in trying to consider all of this. I did have one last kind of question around this. I did read in some of the minutes that there was this discussion around technology and any possible like cost savings. And I did see, Jason, I'm gonna put you on the spot here for a second, that there was some potential cost savings through like looking at software redundancy, things like that. If that was to be at the end of that process, if there are cost savings, would those cost savings reduce in any way the amount needed for the tech side?
Well, maybe they didn't give me a microphone on purpose, but I'll answer your question. So the redundancy conversations revolved around software usage across the district. So I don't know if I'm like the technology doge or something, but we kind of look at all of the different software that different departments use, and we see some redundancy. One of them is like e-hall pass, for example. We have a couple of those systems, same exact purpose, but it's two different companies. And that could potentially have savings where we get one district license and pay one company versus two different ones, and the schools are split, for example. So all the projects on the technology list are important for different reasons. My kids give me a hard time because they say I was born last century. So one of the examples that we have on the list is in our data center at the tech building, it has water fire suppression. So if there's a spark, flame, smoke, everything in that data center is destroyed. There's probably $4.5 million worth of equipment in there. So, I mean, that's like a $600,000 project, I think. So, these are important. And one last thing I want to say is the cost of everything across the board, technology related, specifically like laptops, desktops, has went up 40 to 50% the last year. So the cost of devices looks crazy, but it's because prices have doubled, one, and two, I don't think people grasp how many devices we have. So next year we're purchasing 13,670 devices. The year after that, it's 9,000. So these are on a refresh cycle. And so, we do a 4-year replacement and a 5-year replacement on some of the higher end devices. So 2029, we're going to replace 19,000 devices. So there's like 40,000 devices that we're going to replace in the next 3 years. So I answered more than your question because I don't think I'm going to be able to talk again, but that's.
So you're saying a ton of savings for the bond money? Is that right? No, I'm kidding. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that the committee was asking those kinds of questions. I appreciate that you are looking at those possible cost savings and efficiencies, but I guess what I'm hearing is that the cost for technology, even if those cost savings are there, is still pretty significant.
I think maybe, I think because we have talked about this before, the softwares that are built into the bond are not redundancies. They are not softwares where we see redundancies. Is that an accurate statement? So softwares where we see redundancies, and we do have them, is they're purchased out of the M&O funds, even campus-based funds, or split between campus and district. For him, as an example of an e-hall pass type software, sometimes we pay part of that, and the actual campus will pay for part of it. And so those are other issues to solve and maximize our maintenance and operation funds, but it doesn't necessarily reduce the amount of the softwares that are built into our bonding system. I'm saying that, but I just want to make sure it's accurate, Jason.
Yeah, so last year we had budget crisis, and so we were able to take some bond savings, and Jeremy had it on one of the slides, is there's about $2.5 million worth of software that we're using bond savings for over the next couple of years. And so that is going to come up if we don't go to bond again. For example, we'll have to find that in M&O, or we'll have to, go back and, I don't know, do something drastic, right? So there is cost savings, but also there's a lot of required software that comes out of my budget yearly, and then like I said, some of that is split with bond savings right now.
So I want to start off I'm super grateful for all the time, the energy, and the effort spent into this. And I would say that even to admin as well. I mean, what's very clear and apparent is that you all were thoughtful and you did your job. And so just wanted to say that. I have a couple of notes, but I know folks want me to speed it up. One piece is that we have a lot of decisions to make here And I just want you to know, like, wherever we go with this, you did your job. I think Sade mentioned this as well, but the operating environment has changed a little bit, and I think our community is just really, their awareness, their participation has certainly increased around this, so it just requires us to do a lot of due diligence around this. And so when I first opened it up, I said, I don't have nearly enough time, and I remember shutting my laptop, and so then I thought about, how do I dig into these different line items and pieces, and I thought about the long-range plan, but I thought that was a bad word. So what I thought about was, I was like, I can't say long-range plan, that's not gonna be good. I thought about alignment to our priorities and our desired outcomes. And certainly out of the conversation we had last year around long-range planning, I thought one of the highlights was coming to the table with like what our commitments were around. I think we talked about student experience, staff experience, sustainability and stewardship, and so that's what I was using to kind of vet the projects. And I saw the connection, but it wasn't as apparent as I wanted it to be. I had to make the connection of like, yeah, I know having better facilities and having XYZ is going to make for a better student experience. My push would be, I want to hear the story. Like, what happens when we do this? What is that story? What is the student story, right? And so I just would push. I think as we move forward in this process, that's what I really want to see. And I think my colleagues kind of asked that question, but it really was around, and I think I have the answer, but other than kind of those tier one, just the tiering, I just want to confirm what other mechanisms were used to prioritize the initiatives? Like, were there conversations around the student experience, around, impact on staff, or like were there conversations around like outcomes as you were kind of going through this?
The first example that comes to my mind personally was the conversation about track resurfacing, which you think, you're fine, just run, you'll be fine. But the conversation about the amount of divots and how many ankles could be broken or legs could be broken and ruin track careers of kids who maybe have a scholarship. So we did have that conversation deeply about the things that we kind of were hesitant to say yes to. The conversation about Canyon Ridge turf, we really had that one as well, because that one was originally actually marked as a tier 1 and a tier 3, and so it was in this weird limbo spot on the steering committee. And when those kids play, it is a dust bowl. It is, huge potholes for them to run in, hurt themselves. And so we were talking about, is that a student experience? Because it's not just Canyon Ridge kids that play on it. It's all middle schools come and play on that visiting field for all sports. So there were things that we had deeper conversations to really cover. What does this do with our thought as Leander of the student experience, staff experience? So we did harp back. We even pointed at the district, what was that called, the little circle?
The learning model?
Yeah, we actually pointed at it several times, so go us.
No, Rachel's exactly right. I'm glad you brought that up, because it is, I think somebody asked your question earlier about the themes and things that we grappled with, and I will say that I think I listed 2, but that would probably be the third thing that was discussed the most, is like, as we were debating, and so, they were brought to us as priority 1s and 2s and 3s, and by and large, they're mostly priority 1s that came through, but then we went through an exercise where we cahooted ourselves. We cahooted until we couldn't cahoot anymore on each individual. But as we were going through having conversations on, individual projects, like if we were kind of at a sticking point, the conversation kind of inevitably turned to, okay, what's the impact? What is the impact on, student experience and or staff experience, and what, and how does that relate to, whether it's, track resurfacing or the band practice lots and, the unevenness and band students out there and, before daylight, marching and not being able to see where they're, kind of that kind of thing. So I would say that is certainly a thread that was kind of constant throughout the process, was what's the impact on student and staff experience.
I have some clarifying questions about some line items. So in the 2023 bond, we had a total of almost 6.3 million for band instruments at the middle school and high school, and I did see those line items show up again for both middle school and high school. So can you just clarify about what that? Can you clarify what that? How that's different from the last bond?
Yeah, so interesting. You learn a lot because you would think just musical instruments, we're good, we have it, we're good, but those go on cycles as well. And you'll see it's a lower amount because of the ask. And so we did have Megan Lyles come in and just explain, like, what does our replacement cycle look like on band instruments? And so she was able to explain kind of how that works and the system she has behind that leads to the ask for musical instruments. So it's based on a replacement cycle.
And then just my quick last question for now is the furniture of the two middle schools. The number I saw, I mean, has it really exploded that much since the last time we went through this exercise? Because I'd asked in conversations after that and also during that whole process, and the number was much lower than what I saw here.
Yeah, I think and we built upon what we did last time and some of the framing that from the 23 bond. We also look at what are we spending currently. So I can actually kind of compare it to, say, Running Brushy and what every campus is a little bit different though, right? So it's not apples to apples every single time. And so we wanted to make sure that we have appropriated the amount of dollars, knowing that when will it be implemented as well. And so we always see inflation across everything in the world, right? But we based on the 2023 kind of program and then what we've seen at, say, Running Brushy Middle School and some of our high schools as well.
So going back to Nikosi's statement about alignment of student experience, this kind of double question. So, LHS master plan is the biggest part of this bond. I had friends sit on this committee. I heard a lot of, why do we need it? It's one high school. When we talk about student experience, and I can speak as a parent, when it rains, when my kid in math class, it would leak every time, right? When it would freeze, there would be massive leaks across the district. And I'm just wondering, like, from a committee standpoint, right? If you don't have kids there, you don't know what that is like. You don't know the experience. Did they give you an option to tour LHS, talk to LHS parents, talk to LHS students? Because when we went to bond in 2022, we had a committee of about 9, it's like a subcommittee. And they all sat, it was CFAC and then the bond steering committee. And we all went to every single high school to see what it was like. And it was eye-opening because what's happening in different high schools is not the same. And so I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to bring it back to student experience. I'm thinking about our current enrollment. I also know that LHS is, over-enrolled by 114 students this year, right? We want to keep our students. So I'm just wondering, did y'all get any of that? Get to see firsthand what that campus is like, how much repairs they've had when it rains, from leaky ceilings, from students sitting in math classrooms? Do y'all get any of that?
We did not have personalized tours or anything like that. I think what our goal was as the steering committee, and we actually had this conversation as a committee about what is our charter, what are we assigned to do at this point, and it was ultimately decided that we needed to respect the work that of the subcommittees, specifically the high school, all of them individually, who went on those tours. So they did do that hard legwork where they would visit every campus, have those hard conversations. So we kind of prioritized respecting what they had done. And we also had a very detailed section about Leander High School in our binders that went over what those projects would look like and kind of what improvements would be made.
I think just for the future, for whatever happens, I mean, I would personally like to see more follow-up. It's hard. I mean, if you're not at LHS, you've been at, you don't have kids there, and so you were there, but if you don't, it's hard to go up there and you're going to go to a community and ask for $254 million at a high school when your kid's at Rouse or Glenn. Like, I want us to like you've said this before, this is our flagship school. LHS is our first school. And I feel like if we're going forward for future CFAC subcommittee, whatever, I feel like we need to do a better emphasis of giving subcommittee and the individuals who are gonna make the recommendations to us a firsthand look. They've gotta be able to feel confident. And the fact that you guys were like, let's table this, I don't know, like, a simple tour on a rainy day, y'all, that would have been a 30-minute conversation. I wanna see more, I guess, hands-on experience for our committee members. And if that means us changing the charter in the future, that's fine. I know the questions that came above, especially from this project. I understand the concerns and questions, but I feel like if our CFAC subcommittees, but also our steering committee had been able to get a firsthand look and experience, I just feel like it would have been a lot more smoother and a lot less doubt in the air, especially when it comes to student experience for this particular project.
I will also add to that, because I acknowledge that, right? I mean, that's, you like to take everyone on the bus rides, right, to everywhere. I think one thing that the two co-chairs mentioned was one of the portions that probably helped was having one of those members. So when we rolled the membership up, I think we maybe closed the gap, but I think you could improve it and just doing as many tours as you can. But I think that did help with some of the context. You're trying to get like off the fence, right? Like, and for some of those members, Ratul was there, and he was very involved on the tours of the building and gave all of his context as well. But I do acknowledge that potential improvement.
And I think it would be interesting if the board gave these committee members the ability to fill out a survey on what would they change in the charter, like what was their experience and what things would they want to see different, and so that way that can help us as we're thinking of our next charter.
I like that, like an end of exit.
Yes, like
exit ticket.
Yeah,
I think I just want to clarify, just since we have two committee members and chairs here tonight, you're giving feedback to administration on how we facilitate this. This is just so we are clear there, and it's us improving processes and what we put in the charters, so we come, I'm hearing value for what is brought to us, but some things that maybe we could have communicated better and facilitated a little bit differently, so the board had more confidence in it. I just don't want the committee members to think you're being criticized. You're not. You participated in the process that you were given.
I think that's great clarification. And again, thank y'all. So when I look at the recommendations, I'd like to do a +1 on what Nkosi and Sade and Anna just said, because y'all just kept adding, and I think it paints this challenge, because when I look at this, if I didn't understand, like Jason was just talking about, why the firewall and the whatever with the flooding and all that terminology, I wouldn't understand what that is on the bond. And so I wonder if our communications team, how we really translate the stories and the feelings and why these things were tier 1 or tier 1 to you. What's the real student outcome, or what's the real purpose? Because as I was looking through this, I thought, I don't even know what's a 1 or a 2. And I have questions about that. Like, wait, was this a security feature? And if I'm having these questions, how do we get our community 200 square miles to all get behind this? And so I love that we had the way the CFAC, y'all all came together and said, here, we can get behind this, but then how do we translate? How are we using the time that they spent to translate in the story to explain what these are? Because I think it would be important for the board to know what's a tier 1 or a tier 2, and what's really the critical stage of an HVAC. How old was old for us? Just so we understand, because there's just a lot missing here. I don't have the story, as Nkosi said. And that's, I think, when Sade asked her question, like, that's right, I don't have the story, I don't understand. Didn't we just get musical instruments? And so think about your community going to bond. Will they understand that? And if we don't understand it here, how do we expect our community to get it when they go vote? So just a side note on that. For amazing community members who stayed and did all this great stuff, I have a question of, did y'all all consider or have discussions on, should we make a recommendation to the board to go to May or November? Was that in your scope? And it's y'all don't have to tell us any of the, if you didn't have the discussion, that's fine. I just was curious, did y'all have it, or was that in your charter or scope?
We definitely did speak about it, and ultimately, we thought that wasn't for us to recommend. It really wasn't our place to say when you should or should not go to bond. But it is what brought us to the 4-year, 3-year cycle conversation and helped guide that conversation to give you guys more options from our seat.
Yeah, 100%. We did talk about, but I think we talked about it more from the context of, our role is to bring forward a recommendation of what we feel like the biggest needs are, and then ultimately the board will discuss, should that be a November or a May. I think the one thing we did talk about as a committee is the implications of that, right? And kind of the idea, and Jeremy can certainly speak probably more eloquently than I can on this, but the idea of on many of these projects that 6 months equals a year, right? And so, the decision of a November versus May is 6 months, but that decision, can ultimately, like a modernization, for example, if a November, you pass something in November, you have enough time to, start that project that following summer. If you don't pass a bond until May, then obviously you can't start that project that summer. So we talked about more kind of those kinds of, implications.
Which I think is, you're going to talk a little bit about later. Yes, okay.
So I just had a quick comment and a question. And the comment really is for Jason, which is, and it's really not a question, just a comment, whether you can consider looking at devices where you can extend the replacement cycle. So instead of being 4 or 5 years, it could be 5, 6. It was just a thought, but you don't have to respond.
Can I respond real quick?
Sure.
So I don't know if people also know, we have 4 technicians that work full-time to replace keys and replace batteries, replace screens. So we try to extend these as long as possible. And the crazy stories that I've heard that students do with our laptops, like play basketball with them, take them swimming in their pool, that sort of thing. So we would love to extend them as long as we can, and we try to do that. And by the time the 4-year cycle's over, the devices are pretty much clapped out. So, yeah.
Thank you. And then for the committee members, was there ever any consideration of a natatorium?
Yes, it was. I mean, we discussed, and again, it's been a month. We certainly, it was part of the discussion. I think there were 2 different. There was a couple different options. A north facility and a south facility, and again, I'm going to mess up the details, but I think that, like, the south facility, there were, there was maybe a straighter path in terms of partnerships than there would be for a north facility. But ultimately, and I can't remember which priority, if those were a priority 3 projects or not. But yes, we discussed them, but ultimately decided that we couldn't find a way that there would be room in the bond to include those at this time.
All right, thank you.
I have one more question. Y'all mentioned how often y'all met. That was it's like May, December, right? Crazy time. Do you think that y'all were given enough time to meet, to talk, given all the other stuff going on in school world? Because I'm just thinking, as an average parent with 3 kids who are, in our system, meeting 2 times a week, multiple weeks, did that work for you? Did that limit other attendance from other committee members? I'm trying to just understand that process so in the future we can make it more accessible for all parents.
We actually met in June, which I appreciated because I have a high schooler and an incoming middle schooler. So, May-December is legit. So it was nice. We did meet the first week of June, right? And then we went several weeks. And we did back-to-back meetings we went long, which obviously there was a lot of deep conversation, and you don't want to cut that conversation and leave. So we wound up extending our meetings, but it was good I think it was great to meet in a condensed time frame, although the meetings were long, because it kept the conversation going and fresh in your mind. So I did think the way we did it was well organized.
All right, board members, any other questions for this part of the presentation? All right, now we can move to the other part.
Thank you. I do want to thank Clint and Rachel. Kind of take it easy here for a few minutes while I hand it over to Blake and Madison as well to dive into the financials. So one thing I want to point out, because you're going to be like numbers, so what you see in front of you from PFM, so looking at from a certified value standpoint, so that comes in the July timeframe, right? So Blake was able to kind of run those numbers with some updated information. So the values that we worked with gave kind of a ceiling around that 700 million mark on a 6-cent tax rate increase. So what you're going to see now is like a 685 number. So I want to tell you why there's a discrepancy there, because again, as we get an updated information, it helps these conversations to have the most up-to-date information in front of you. But with that, I will hand it over to you, Blake.
Thanks, Jeremy. So I'm Blake Roberts with PFM Financial Advisors. Madison Pearson's with Nickel Hayden. We're co-municipal advisors to Leander ISD. We also did some cahooting, so we're excited to talk tonight about some of the information that you have. And I appreciate the wide legal view so you can all see what we're doing. So some of this is really for the board and also for the community as you think about a bond election. And it's new information. So we'll talk a little bit about capacity, what that means, how we define capacity, and kind of how we've determined capacity for this particular bond. We're simply providing information. We're not advocating for or against a bond. So it's completely just information for you to digest and take away from this. So the little funnel with the bubbles, kind of how we think about capacity is really several variables. The most important two are your tax base and tax base values, and then your debt service tax rate. And those are the two most important pieces. And then the third is kind of how we layer out bonds. And so first thing I'll say, whether it's 685 or 700 million, that doesn't mean that if the election goes in November, that in December, we're issuing all of it at one time and funding all the projects of interest. The way that Leander ISD has addressed its bond needs historically is elections in 17 and 21 and 23. You've issued that over multiple years. And in fact, next week, with your approval already that we got earlier this summer, we're going to issue 100 million of the remaining 2017, 2021, 2017 and 21 authorization amount. So the way that you issue bonds is typically over multiple years. So that also informs capacity. Other variables are interest rates, of course. Those are higher than they have been historically speaking, still hovering between 4.5% and 5% generally for a 30-year bond. So, and then bond structuring. We can do some things on our side in terms of bond structuring. Unlike a mortgage, which is just going to be level payments, we can kind of front load payments, back load payments. It's a little bit of Tetris and putting numbers together to make it a smooth payment stream for Leander ISD. So as Jeremy pointed out, we came up with a range of $525 to $685 million of capacity. Why a range? Well, we're determining your capacity based on where taxable values go, and we're very much making educated guesses about what that looks like from a growth standpoint. So unfortunately, gone are the days of just saying, your tax base is going to grow 10% every year, and we're going to just bake in that, and voila, there's no tax rate increase needed. You can support a $750 million bond and at the same tax rate. That is different from a 5-year ago conversation with the community and the board, right? And that's just the reality. And we'll talk about kind of why that is. But that's how we kind of view capacity. And so we did come up with about a 6 penny increase on the debt service tax rate. needed to support this bond if it were to move forward. I will stress for the community that the debt service fund budget is discrete and different legally from the general fund budget. So no bond dollars can be used to fund ongoing general fund costs. You can't use bond dollars to pay salaries, for example. So what you do on the bond side doesn't have a direct bearing on the general fund side. Now, obviously, if you're opening new facilities, you have to operate those facilities. So there is a linkage, but it isn't as though we can use general fund dollars for bond payments, and you can't use bond proceeds to meet operating needs. If you go to the next slide, so I talked a little bit about what has changed. I don't need this big old piece of paper. It's a different economic posture than where we were 3 or 4 years ago, and the legislature, frankly, has made it more challenging for districts to support bond capacity. So beginning in 2020, when the Fed cut rates to 0 coming out of the pandemic, mortgage rates were very, very low. That produced tremendous growth in home values in Leander ISD and Austin proper. That caused taxable values, along with new rooftops, to grow rapidly. I think at one point I remember 15%, 20% year-over-year growth for Leander ISD. We saw a 1% decline this year in taxable values. So again, we're in a different spot. That is because mortgage rates remain persistently high, development has slowed. You've all probably seen your home prices on Zillow and tracked those. They're down from where they were 2-3 years ago. The other part of it is the legislature has increased the exemption amounts available to taxpayers. That is helpful if you're a homeowner. It reduces what you owe on your tax bill. The state has, to some extent, held your debt harmless, but not fully, and that's a key caveat. So when the last homestead exemption increased to $140,000, they said, we'll hold harmless, meaning we'll give you the revenue that you're going to lose with this homestead exemption for your bond payments. Well, that was wonderful if you would issue all your debt from the election you had. But like Leander, like many other districts, was about halfway through the last election cycle, the bond issuance cycle, and it was never envisioned that you would issue the full $700 million by year 2. And so that is not held harmless, some of the remaining bond payments that we're going to go to issue next week. Further, any new bond elections are not held harmless. So your taxable base that you're leveraging off of is lower than it otherwise would have been.
Blake, I just want to have you double down on that because I think there might be some confusion. It wasn't like we were, I don't know, hoping, or I don't know what word I would use, playing chicken with legislature on this, but hold harmless was really a situation that the legislature had established. This was the mechanism and the rules in which they were operating with, and they changed the rules. Help me say that better. How would you describe what happened?
We made assumptions, it's well put, we made assumptions on how we would afford a bond, and then those assumptions were changed with a legislative action that made it more difficult to issue remaining bonds. Now, you're in a very good spot because your existing bond authority, we've already modeled that out. You can afford inside of the 33 tax rate to issue the bonds that you said you were going to issue. But what it has done is it is essentially flattened your personal income in a way that you can no longer afford the $500,000 mortgage you were going to go out and buy. You're stuck at a lower $400,000 mortgage because your income has been artificially compressed by the legislature, to give that sort of a poor analogy on a personal income basis. It has just made it tougher for you to afford bonds in the way you once did without raising the tax rate. So, the homestead increases, again, have made it more affordable for homeowners, but it has compressed your ability to afford future bonds. So, again, your certified values that just came in last week show a 1.3% decline. Fundamentally different trajectory than what we've seen for Leander ISD historically. You go to the next slide. So here's just an overview. Historically speaking, the left graph is your taxable assessed valuation by year since 2016. You can see the rapid growth that you saw up through about 2022, and then it began to slow and in 25 it is flattened, and 26 down a little bit. A combination of market forces, again, higher mortgage rates, slower development, and then homestead exemptions that have increased. On the right graph is your total tax rate per year, combination of M&O and debt service tax rates. That has come down as values have gone up. Go to the next slide. So this is an overview of your existing debt payments. This will change next week, frankly, when we issue more debt and do overfunding as well. But I think the takeaway from this is, so the blue bars are principal, the yellow bars are interest and accreted values of capital appreciation debt that we have been getting out of. What we're looking at is that first graph, about 160 million or so. That's the debt payments you have, and that kind of falls down on an uneven basis, and we're working on smoothing that out. But there is capacity to layer on new debt, but not enough to layer on $700 million or $300 million with no tax rate impact. But this is you will show the last slide, kind of a very favorable debt position where it's lower debt payment generally every year if you did nothing else on the bond side. Go to the next slide. So this lays out our assumptions for modeling capacity. It's taxable values for 2027 of $40.9 billion. I did assume a tax rate increase to 39 cents from 33 cents, so a 6 penny increase. I did assume a return to what I'll call modest taxable value growth, beginning, as a typo, 27 in 2028, and then 2% growth thereafter. The reason for that is the expectation is hopefully there's a return to sort of normalized inflationary growth in home prices and taxable values. If you get a big commercial or industrial concern, that's a potentially significant, you're still a rooftop-heavy district. Assume 5% interest rates for 30-year bonds, multiple issuances through 2031. Assume the debt service posture for hold harmless from the state remains as is. And a key caveat that we don't control is no additional changes from the legislature for homestead exemption. That is a variable that, again, is potentially always on the table in 2027 when they convene again, just something we'd have to react to. So I always bring this slide. It's always the show my work slide that you can never see, but you do have a big picture or a big piece of paper in front of you. I'm happy to walk through the numbers. What we have done is, if you orient kind of what you're looking at, so column 1 is calendar year basis, tax year basis, kind of where we go. Column 2 is your existing debt payments. So again, $163 million this year, and it layers down after that. Column 3 is the refinancing savings that we expect we will achieve, or some variation thereof, next week when we price your debt. The market's moving around. We do expect refunding savings, but what that looks like ultimately remains in flux until we price the bonds. Columns 4, 5, and 6 are the $100 million of bonds that we're going to issue again next week that finishes out the 2017 and 2021 authorizations. It's principal, interest, and then debt service. And debt service is, again, the sum of principal payments and interest costs. To fit this all on one slide, we then show just the debt service on 5 issuances of bonds evenly in 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, and 2031. All that adds up to $885 million of new bonds and the debt service on those bonds shown in columns 7 through 11. The 2026 authorization and 23 authorization is fairly fungible. What that means is I don't really care if I'm issuing 23 or 26. I do to some extent because I want to make sure that we're amortizing iPad costs, for example, in 5 years and not 30 years. But we're never able to do that anyway. So embedded in this is sort of fungibility, and we're agnostic as to whether it's a 2023 proposition or 2026 in these numbers. Ultimately, what this all shows, and over in column 12, is what future debt service would be. So you would go from $163 million in payments this year up to about $203 million at peak in 2032. Columns 13 through 22 are kind of how we mock up what your debt service or INS fund revenue would look over the future years. So it's a combination of taxable values, the debt service rate in column 15, again, that goes to 39 cents beginning in 2028. And then tax revenue, how you collect taxes on a frozen basis. Importantly, we do assume state hold harmless money for your old debt. And then kind of just the budget on how the revenue versus the debt service works. So happy to answer any questions on the numbers. I'm glad you can finally see them. But that's kind of how we have modeled up capacity. If you go to the next slide.
Can you just clarify before you change the slide?
Sure.
7 through 11.
Yes.
This is this what the board has already voted on? So we've already, or is this assuming if the bond went to ballot and was approved by voters? Which, when we say new money, is it the ones we just did, or is it new money for projected, maybe if went to ballot and was approved?
Yeah, great question. The way I show it is probably a little confusing. Column 7 through 11 represent 200 million of already approved, voter-approved bonds that the board could decide to issue, but you have not approved us to go out and borrow for, okay? So that's from 2023. Then there's 685 of what voters have not yet approved, and you would also have to approve each issuance if they were to approve that. So what you've already let us go do is 4, 5, and 6. It's that new $100 million of bonds that we will issue next week. Good question. Overview of your debt ratings. So you're at AA plus and AA from Fitch and S&P, and this is important for the community. This is basically your credit score and how you are able to borrow and at what interest rate. These are very, very strong bond ratings. The highest is AAA. AA plus is one slot below that. AA is one slot below that. You use 2 rating agencies, S&P and Fitch. Of note, Fitch had you on positive outlook, meaning they were thinking about uprating you to AAA. In this last cycle, they moved you back to stable. And I did talk about that at the board meeting we were at a couple of months ago. That is just a function of the school funding climate that we are all in, the deficit conversations that I think almost all school districts in Texas are happening. We're seeing downgrades elsewhere. So frankly, to have you be at stable AA plus is still a very, very strong position. You would also qualify for the permanent school fund, which allows you to price your bonds at a AAA rating, which is the highest possible. So you would be able to borrow at the lowest interest rate based on bond ratings with these credit ratings that you have today. And the last slide, I just like to show this slide because it is a reminder of the really good work that this board has approved and that the community, I think always should be aware of. Capital appreciation bonds or CAB debt, were a tool that were used for many, many years that basically deferred payments until the growth caught up. And they were a useful tool. They helped fund many, many schools across this district. They were an expensive tool that we, with your support, have been able to refinance and pay off rapidly. And so there was a goal in 2015 established to get that CAB debt down to below 25%. We're there. Graphically speaking, the red bars are what your debt position looked like in 2015, and it was just going up and up and up. And the blue bars are kind of where you are now, which is it goes down. So just a reminder for the board and the community, the good work you have allowed your finance team to do to put you in a really good position of bond capacity, whether it's this cycle or next cycle. So those are our formal remarks on capacity. Happy to answer any questions.
Can we go back to the Fitch rating and the CAB, because they kind of go together? Yeah, 34 and 35, just so I can put those 2 pieces together. So when I'm looking at the report that we got on Fitch, it said that the trends of budget deficits give a decline in general fund revenue, so that does help with a negative review. But it also starts talking about if you have higher debt issuance beyond a district's authorization, absent a commensurate increase in the resource base. So as I'm reading that, I seem to think it means is when we go out and we issue more debt and we haven't really increased our resource base, we're really we're helping. I get it that this is happening to districts all over right now. I understand the financial pressures. I'm just trying to reconcile, okay, what as board are we doing to add fuel, add concern, and what could we do to help do that? So does adding more debt, what kind of impact do you think that has in Fitch? It has some impact. Where would you, PFM, from what you're seeing, where do you see that?
Yeah, it certainly has some impact. I wouldn't ring the alarm bell and say that a bond election is going to cause a downgrade. Is there a linkage and is there a pressure? So, for example, if taxable values remain flat, and so let me define, when they say resource base, they're really meaning the taxable value and economic metrics here and your ability to afford that. So they assess debt affordability based on, debt compared to taxable values, debt compared to personal income here. You're a fairly affluent district, relatively speaking, compared to lots of Texas school districts. So I could not tell you that if the bond was $500 million, you're never going to get downgraded, but if it's $1 billion, you're going to get downgraded, because there are other levers that they are looking at, which is if you have high general fund reserves, that can go a long way to sort of offset the weaker debt position, let's call it. And so, what would be a concern for us from a rating standpoint would be if you had a really big bond election, what that number is, $1 billion, north of $1 billion, and then you also had recurring general fund deficits. Those are two downward trends. If you had a big bond election and had really good state funding levels and an increase in the basic allotment, for example, that would be really helpful, and we would be less concerned about debt impact. So it's hard to say with certainty that at X dollars on a bond election, your rating is at risk. Certainly something we're very cognizant of. I think more than anything, what we have always shown and will continue to do is that this is our game plan for capital planning. This is how we're going to issue debt, so we're not surprising them when we come back and do what we told them we were going to do last year, year before last. The last thing I see on the ratings is, yes, ratings are important, but I never want to have an issuer not do something because you're concerned about a bond rating. You should just be aware of the implication, right? And so there are increased borrowing costs for every step down you go from a rating standpoint. It's not my place to say, if that's good or bad, or if that sort of stops you from doing a project or not, but it is something we're very focused on.
No, thank you. And I just want to tie in the CAB, and I want to share the mic. Both the ratings and the CAB, I feel that both of those factors are ones that if the public goes and your average citizen who's trying to get the kids in bed and do the homework, and so I'm going to go to BRB real quick and look at it, they're just going to get different information. And I don't know what are the things we can implement to really help explain that. Because right now, if you went and looked, still, Leander ISD is the leader in CAB. It doesn't tell the story of all that we've done to reduce CAB and how much we had in our debt portfolio and why that. There's just a lot of information there. And we've actually been really good financial stewards, especially when you look at how you've helped pay that down. But there is a disconnect between what you're telling me and what people are going to see in Fitch ratings, or what our, community will see, and what they'll see if they go to certain sites. And once you put all the pieces together, what is really happening, and the financial stewardship this board has spent a long time working on, especially about reducing CABs and the savings that we've given taxpayers through refunding. So that's really not y'all's thing, but I think that's something our district needs to think about, because that is a real concern.
I just want to go back to the previous comments you were making in response to Trish's first question. So all those factors that impact those things really are, we may have some influence, but they're really beyond our control. There's only one thing that we do control. So how is there a way to manage those ratings if, whether we go to bond in November, May, or next November, and then things adjust, if we want to be responsive, how do we, can we respond with our expenditures to help influence that rating? Is that?
You mean in terms of, I guess, balancing or working on a budget that is always balanced? Is that your question?
Yeah, I guess. I'm trying not to lead it there, I guess. I just want to make sure is that our only way to because what I'm understanding is don't make decisions because you're worried it's going to impact your rating, but we don't want our rating to go down because it impacts our ability to get the best rate on bonds in the future. Are those two accurate statements?
Yes.
But so then if we do go to bond, it passes, but we want to make sure, and we can see what's going on, that we may end up where our ratings could decrease. We can manage that through reducing our expenditures internally to make sure we're being fiscally responsible and maintaining our credit rating, because once those things start to kind of spiral, you can potentially be in a really difficult situation, it seems to me, but you can please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you can go to the Capitol and plead all you want, and that doesn't seem to have made much of an impact to date, and we're hopeful that that will change in 2027. But there's two levers on the budget that you can pull. The first is revenue, and if revenue is flat from a headcount, student pupil headcount standpoint, and that isn't changing, the only lever you have at that point is expenditures. And so it's a good question to be thinking about in terms of prioritization. And a lot of districts and folks that Madison and I work with have made the decision to say, we're gonna pay our teachers a really good wage and reward the good work they're doing, and that may cause a budget to be out of balance or a draw on reserves. And that's a really good policy decision. They may have an impact on the debt rating side that is less than positive. I wouldn't tell you what the right decision in that equation is, but I would say, you know, you're gonna get a really good bond interest rate. The interest rate differential between a AA plus and a AA and a AA minus is real, but it isn't you're going from a 5% borrowing cost to a 6% borrowing cost. In today's market, it may mean you're going from a 5% borrowing cost to a 5.1% borrowing cost, or a 5.2% borrowing cost. So think about that in terms of 10 basis points in our world, or 0.1% for sort of each rating downgrade. So we have many school district clients that issue at a AA minus rating that are also issuing 30-year bonds at below 5%. So a rating being lower than where it currently is now certainly is from a pure math standpoint, is gonna have a higher cost than being AAA. If the decision is kind of the operating budget side and tougher decisions on that side, I'm a bond advisor, but I would tell you pay your teachers before you were to sort of make a decision around, you know, whether or not we protected a AA plus versus a AA. My wife is a teacher, full disclosure, so I'm a little bit biased about that. But we can quantify for the board and the community what the debt service cost would be going from a AA plus to a AA and a AA to a AA minus. And I don't want to diminish that it does have a real impact on borrowing costs, interest paid. But yes, the only lever that you can pull at a certain point is expenditures.
Can you restate you said pay your teachers first? Just restate that sentence, sorry.
If the policy decision, if you're coming to your bond advisors and going, man, we have a tough budget decision to make, and if we choose to adopt a deficit budget, but, you know, the decision behind that is we're giving a increase to teachers, or we're keeping librarians in X number of schools. Those are all good things policy-wise, but that may cause a downgrade on your bond rating. It's a policy decision for you all, but I think what I'm saying is the sky won't fall for your ability to issue debt if you were to go from AA+ to AA. That borrowing cost increment will be there, but it doesn't mean you can't access the market, and it doesn't mean you can't do so in a still affordable way.
So don't make decisions on fear of that rating. Make decisions on what's best for your organization, your school district, and your staff, students.
Right, and to be frank, you know, AA+, AA-, that's 3 steps down. You're gonna still be in the current market within about 0.25 to 0.3% interest rate differential there. So again, it isn't going from a 5% to a 6% or 6% to a 7%. That can certainly change. If we see rates skyrocket, then that rate, it may widen. But I do want to, you know, stress that we have lots of clients that get very bent out of shape around, well, I don't want to lose my AAA rating, for example, and then they'll make decisions around how to spend or not spend that, you know, may delay a capital program or may not let them fund something they want to fund.
Like, I just feel that the district, how do we not get into the weeds, or how do we not get into, like, you do a little something here and it has ripple effects over here. And it seems like all the things we're moving right now, all the pieces we move have impacts. And so I'm trying to put those together. And that's not something I think you're going to be able to put together completely. I think this is going to have to be a CFO conversation at some point as we start looking at it. But, you know, I don't know, assuming we did a Vader, right? Just assuming, I don't know. If the board did, community said yes, whatever. And we said, okay, percentage of this goes to increase the fund balance. That impacts bond rating as well. The ratings, right? Because we have a fund balance that now have increased. I guess what I'm thinking is all these different pieces end up impacting, like if you're spending more on the INS side, then that means that it still impacts your M&O, because what we're doing is we used to take 2 cents and we used to use M&O dollars to pay for the debt. Now we're moving all that over so we can use all of our M&O as much as possible. But now the challenge is, if we keep pushing that debt up and it ends up costing more money, then are we, you know what I mean? What's the old phrase, like you're robbing someone to pay someone else? Like, it feels, yeah, I mean, it's like, it feels like we're shuffling some decks on a chair. Shuffling some chairs on a deck, there we go, of a ship that is not doing really well because of what the legislature has constrained, right? There keeps being some things. And so I'm trying to figure out what pieces and what levers can we move. So I understand completely, gotta pay our staff. Come on, we're talking about student outcomes in the classroom. The funding towards classroom has to be first and foremost. But how we're rearranging these deck chairs are really important. So I do see what you're saying as a piece of financial rating, but if it keeps costing a little bit more money and debt is a little more money, I mean, it just seems like I just don't know if we're getting our head above water. I'm trying to see those pieces together, which lever is the best for the board, how we use it. It's a really convoluted way of, I'm just trying to get a better handle on which levers are what. But thank you. Board members? No other questions? All right, let's move on.
I have just a clarifying piece about the reduction in CAB debt. And you did mention that it was mainly through refinancing. Was that the only way? Was there any other cash infusions, and where did those come from?
Yeah, good question. There was a lot of what we call a cash payoff of debt. And specifically what that means is that for many, many years, the district made the decision to, at a constant tax rate, whether it was 45 pennies for a while, then 33, there was a bit more in debt service or debt tax revenue that was collected that was always used to pay off that more expensive cab debt. And that was a really critical policy decision the board made that helped to sort of change the trajectory. And then I would just say that, you know, the legislature didn't like cab debt, and so they made laws that forced you to not be able to do that anymore, which was fine. But then they also, in the last session, took away your ability to do what we just described. And so a district that was in your shoes 10 years ago wouldn't have that same tool that you had. Not so much your problem anymore, but that's what was kind of taken away in the last legislative cycle. But it was a combination of debt refundings and then the use of the cash that was on the debt service side to just, again, pay off that high credit card debt early.
So it was extra INS funds that had been collected that were used to pay down, not M&O, but it was all INS.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
I do want to, I don't know how to bring out some of these numbers because they're not necessarily here, but the board got an update on like what debt looked like in 2017, and there were projections, right, of like how this was going to raise over time. PFM has done an amazing job. The board worked with CFO, with administration, with PFM, and it feels like, when I'm looking at the numbers, not only do we save taxpayer dollars over this time, I mean, considerable amount of funds, but we also, like, as we increased principal, and when you increase the principal, interest will go too, but as you increased your principal, and we still did, the per capita kind of stayed the same. Like, it just seems like there's things to be excited about, and I think that is something we need to do a better job of explaining to our community, because a long time ago we had this one document that talked about all the savings we did, but we haven't given any updates since then, and I think that's important. I also think it's important for the board, and Sade hit on this, so a +1, and just adding to that is over levy's no longer an option. The hold harmless, as we're seeing it, that number is going down. When you charge, right, like your interest rate has to be for the debt service. So that's going to be interesting of like, how do you help like refund to really get some of that principal down? Because now there's a lot of work to do. I guess I'm trying to, it seems like debt is more expensive now. So how do we share our story? And then how does the board understand? Because it seems like it's going to cost more, and I'm trying to understand that, because then I'm wondering, as a board, if we go to bond in November, and let's say long range plan comes out and they have something, and we go to bond in May, what does that do, right? What if we had put it all together? I'm trying to figure out all those pieces, and I'm just not sure. So any insight as the board is sitting here thinking about this? Sorry, I'm just trying to get those two pieces out of like, what does it mean with debt being more expensive? What are things we should take into consideration?
Yeah, debt is, from an interest rate standpoint, from 2010 to 2020, we were sort of in an era of low rates. That's no longer the case. I keep mentioning 5%. We're between 4.5% and 5%. Debt is more expensive, but if there's a 20-year look back, at times we were at 6 and 7% rate. So historically speaking, it's still fairly affordable. If I was given a 5% mortgage, I guess I'd be happy today. I don't know. So long-term look back, still historical range. I think I don't know that I have an answer for, if you borrow or don't borrow at current rates. I think our advice is always, if you have the capital needs to borrow, I think that what we have determined is that inflation is always going to happen on the construction side. And so what costs X today is going to cost X plus Y tomorrow. And so just kind of building that in, deferring costs is going to have a consequence as well. So I may be gathering my thoughts some more on your question, but Other thing I'd say is that, yeah, you do have tremendous work you've done. I think the district's webpage does do a good job of illustrating some of the debt progress that has been made. And if there was a way to sort of enhance that, that may be helpful, because you're right, there are lots of pieces of information between the audit, the district's website, and the comptroller's site that may not always make sense to the layperson.
All right, we'll go to the next part of the presentation.
So I do want to thank Blake and Madison for being here, and Blake for walking through that as eloquently as you can. I try to get my inner Blake in here, and he just has so much information in his mind. So I appreciate you being here. Another thing I wanted to cover, because we have had a lot of questions, so I'm going to try to use one right now to segue into the next section from Trish. And one of your question is, how do we build the knowledge base, like even from a board and community? I will tell you that when we ran into the CFAC process, our goal was to actually build a package of something and a structure that we could just use each and every time. And so we have a pretty large repository of just questions that came out of this, details around these projects, because just like anyone, our subcommittees didn't know anything about any of this, right? They didn't know about our routers. So we had to create that knowledge base. So we have a lot of data that we can bring forward. And in questions from the subcommittees, we answered those. Those are going to be similar to what our community would have. So we have something that we could take into what we would call a communications plan if this was to move forward. So I did want to answer that question as a segue into allowing Christina to go over the potential communications plan.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeremy. So members of the board, what you're going to see across the next 4 slides is an elections communication roadmap. Our primary goal here is to establish a single source of truth for the community so that voters can come to the district first before seeking other outlets. And so in that overall message, we know that school finance, clearly a very complex issue, and our strategy focuses on connecting the dots for our taxpayers, explaining how operating dollars and capital funds interact, answering, again, a lot of the questions that we heard here today, why addressing facility needs now, protect our daily operating budget, and then demonstrating the fiscal discipline LISD has exercised prior to coming to the community for an election. So in order to measure that success, we are looking at outcomes across 3 distinct areas. And of course, the first one is just starting off with just a command of knowledge. So ensuring our residents clearly understand the difference between M&O and INS, how funding formulas work relative to property values, and then the real impact of inflation on the budget. Again, a lot of the things that we talked about today. As our community then grows in the confidence in that knowledge base, we'll then start to focus on just really what that mindset is. And so then just building trust directly, addressing common misconceptions, and then making it clear how funds can and cannot be used. And then from there, we just want to shift that mindset to impact behavior, moving our community members from uncertainty to being informed. And then that helps drive engagement through our digital tools, and then ensuring our staff and leadership are then equipped to answer questions confidently. Taking a look at our key deliverables, we can customize this timeline to whenever you do decide to call the election. So while you see the months there, just keep that in mind. Just as the timeline looks, just imagine that in 2 months leading up to the election being called, we're dedicated to just a lot of research and a lot of test messaging, core messaging, and then asset creation, with a real focus on voter research, building out, again, that master FAQ bank, and setting up the architecture for financial literacy in a microsite fashion. In the month of calling the election, we consider this a heavy production month and the rollout phase of the election. So if election was called, we would launch a comprehensive toolkit for staff and principals, Spanish language translation and resources, tax impact fact sheets, and then that's really when we'll start to kick off that community engagement that involves town hall meetings, piggybacking on existing meetings with PTAs, boosters, chamber meetings, really just starting to layer in more in-person communication. Now, on this slide, you'll also notice this layering of long-range planning that exists that we would run in tandem with CSG, just at honoring their engagement efforts, which will mostly run in the background of what we would do during those months if we decided to do that now. But then if you change the slide, again, on this timeline, you're looking at the peak outreach that would continue up until that election day, with a concentration on early voting and sharing out more information about what the ballot would look like, and really focus on the content of the actual propositions. Now, after Election Day, we'll transition into post-election communications, including what those final results look like. And then no matter what the outcome will be, we'll be prepared to have some sort of level of response. So if you're looking at the calendar now as it exists, then as we slide into the winter months, if you will, bond communication will then start to run in background, and then we'll start to ramp up that community engagement and stakeholder engagement for long-range planning, which would continue through the end of the year. Again, this is a plan that we can execute no matter what the timeline is, and it really just is based off of what kind of really what the decision that it is. But I really do feel confident that rolling out with those outcomes as we anticipate they will be really will set up our deliverables for success.
Board members, this is another part of the presentation. Do you have any questions? Go for it.
I just had one question. What did we learn from previous communication plans that inform this current plan?
Sure, yes, we absolutely learned a lot. And I think the number one thing that we learned was that we had to plan early. And so our staff started back in January taking a look at what the scope of work will entail, what those core messaging is going to be, and knowing what we're up against in a general election, a midterm general election, what that environment is going to look like. We looked at what our voter propensity will be. We've just done so much more advanced research, and I'm feeling so much more ahead of the game than we were in 22 and in 23. But every time that we've done one of these campaigns, we've learned more and more about what will set up our team for success and really how we want to execute those deliverables. I'd mentioned that folks would come to us, and I think that one of the excellent things that we did in 22 was set up our Smart Money microsite. It provided some real backbone of financial literacy that really equipped our community to really answer those questions. And despite the fact that our community may not be growing, we still have a lot of new folks that are coming into Texas and who are completely unfamiliar of our funding structure. So even just folks living here for 3 to 5 years can find that information valuable. Maybe you weren't here in 22 or 23, and so you can find that even just creating that knowledge base will be successful for us. And again, I think for me, it was just sort of advancing the timeline and really empowering our community with the good knowledge that they need.
Mine's more of a comment in regards to August. On there, it mentions a principal and staff toolkits. I just giving my opinion. I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job or anything. I just want to be mindful of how much work we're giving our principals in regards to this, because I heard they're doing the campus tours, but this board's also set some pretty heavy goals, and I really need our principals to focus on that. So I just want to put that out there. I know that our principals are passionate and they want our district to do everything we can possibly for them in the future, but at the same time, I know their dire needs is day-to-day and those goals that the board set.
Yes, it's more designed to be a reference if folks come to them for questions.
I do, I have a few questions, so I'll ask one and then see if anybody else has any. So one is, have you done some research, and can we get this in a board memo on how many of our Leander ISD community members voted in our last bond election, right? Was it 50% of our community, 5% of our community, 10% of our community? Because this messaging looks like it's district website focused in so many ways, and I'm thinking, okay, how many, like I haven't really gotten to read all of this, so I'm wondering how much of our communication plan is reaching to the voters in the part of the community that is gonna like participate, right? Are we addressing collaboratively not only our community but other voters who might not? Are we aiming a bulk of the communications at a smaller percent if only a small percent of our community voted last time? I will be curious also about how we encourage voting, because I think voting, whatever your solution is, whatever your answer is, needs to happen. But I also think, to Anna's point, and a plus one, I think it might be adding on it. Feel free to tell me, Anna, if I'm not adding correctly. But when I think about the information that we're giving our principals or other people in the community, we also want to be very careful that it is not making anybody in our community feel pressure to vote one way or another. It's not a campaign, it's just voting. You need the information, you need to vote. And so I think that's a very careful approach we want to take. But we also want to make sure we're getting the information out. That's where we're going to, if that's where we're going to go. And I also have other questions, but I want to share the mic.
I want to address the first question about audience. We did do a lot of study about who are our voters, and one of the things that we learned in 22 was that 80% of the folks that are voting in the election have zero ties to our community, 80%. And so that has been a big push for us to think outside of our insular circle and how to what really truly that outreach looks like. Is it a mailer? Is it a community impact ad? What are those things that we can do to get in front of people when they are not familiar with what the inner workings of our district are? And I think that's a big part of the message.
And I don't want to prescribe intent or solutions to this, but it does make me wonder, where is our community that this would benefit? Where are they at the polls? So, not sure the answer, I'm just curious.
When you say 80% of the voters are not tied to the community, you're talking about the Leander ISD
That is
community?
correct, yes.
So 80% of the voters that have voted, or just voters that exist?
That are voted, that have voted in the elections.
Have no connection. They don't have a student in the district.
Right.
They don't work for the district. Okay.
That is correct.
Go for it. I think it's important when we, pass our bonds, that our community really feels like, understands the part they played in that. And there was discussion of how community members will be reminded, like when you walk in, like we talked about in some districts, they say, thank you for voting on a bond. This is the building you walked into. We talked about it, but that didn't happen. So I'd like to know just, kind of where we think our community feels like the bond has impacted them. And I'm not really sure if there's a communication method that I'm just not aware of, but sometime I'd just like an update on that, just because that's important, right? If our community is supporting bonds, that they know what that looks like and how that goes.
So we have had postcard mailers go out that give a status update on the projects. Those were scheduled to go out in the fall and in the spring, and that just is intended to give folks a good update on what those projects look like. We also have, again, like as Jeremy mentioned, a very active digital campaign. Again, I think it is one of those things where the outreach and how, again, are we reaching those who, again, are not tied to the community and really thinking through that.
And I know there's a lot of work with websites, right? But even when I go look at our financial transparency site, like our staff data on there is I think 2022, or there's some parts of it that are updated, but some parts
might not appear updated to the community. And again, we're talked about the bonds and what information's out there on our bonds that might be confusing. And that just seems like a lot of pieces that are out there that we need to do some house cleaning on to make sure we're all on the same page. I also do wonder, because Nkosi and Anna and Sade, I'll go back earlier to them talking about what is the story. And I appreciate our committee and all the information they got, but what I'm still not seeing is any translation between what these pieces are that our district is saying is needed, and really what is the story, like what really does this mean for our students? And I'm not talking about the story of, I don't know, I'm not talking about just the story of like, here's the sweet kiddo with the musical instrument, which I love that too. But I'm talking about like when I go vote on fire whatever or electronic whatever, what does that really mean? Because you don't get it just from that. And that just seems like a lot of work if we don't get some input from our committee who worked so hard on what they chose or not. And so I don't see that in here, that you're going to be working with the CFAC and getting, like pulling that information together and using that they use to help pull together communications. Again, if we voted on it, if we move forward. Sure, I think that's an excellent question. And one of the things and one of the features that we had on our Bond 2023 site is an itemized bond project list, which includes the story of what it was that brought it to the actual bond on the bond project list. The beauty is that we know that these artifacts exist. There's a bedrock of knowledge that exists in content form that we can absolutely translate and make it real for our folks and put it on our website and talk through those things and really give folks the big picture as to what it was that pushed this project into a tier 1 or a tier 2.
I guess what I'm saying is, I think, how do I put this? Like right now, if I go look at what we told the community we would get with the Vader, our communication was, if we pass a Vader, here's what we're going to do. As a community member, I can see I'd be like, that doesn't make sense to me. Are we doing that? I just think there's more communication that I think there's some missing connection pieces. And I just don't know. And I see that the same thing in bond. And I just don't really know how to put that together well.
I think as you were talking about that, I started thinking one direction, but then I started thinking about some of the concerns we heard off of CFAC, just thinking about the focus on Leander High School master plan too, right? I feel like, again, leading up to the first bond, we were really intentional about not only educating the subcommittee, the CFAC steering committee, but our community as a whole. So they understood, that gym's been there since the 1900s, right? We got to give kids something else. And I feel like just listening to what y'all said tonight, what you're trying to connect, I don't think is connecting. I don't see it. So I agree.
I do. I think this is a great opportunity for some maybe adjustments, because all feedback is beneficial to us. And I did not go to every steering committee meeting. I went to most of them, but I believe you were at every steering committee and heard the evolution. Even not having been there at every one, I could see how the committee evolved from the very beginning to then some of those later meetings. I wasn't at the last one or two, but I think the point I'm trying to make is this is good feedback, and I know that Christina was there and heard firsthand and can probably incorporate those stories into this in some. I'm saying that, but
Yes,
I'm
absolutely.
Yes, I feel like that's something we could do, and it's just an appreciation for the feedback, and the information is there for us to make those changes. Yeah.
And I think the big important piece we heard tonight is tying it to student experience and our outcomes. Parents are not going to know what a building, renovating a turf is going to do. They're thinking about what's going to benefit their student and how is that going to improve their outcome. I think, as this board set our board goals and our priorities, we've got to lean into that. And I think that messaging needs to be up front and center.
Thank you. And Anna, I am, when I look at the Leander High School Phase 2, yay, we need to do this. But I'm looking going, does that all need to be on
this bond? Could we not put it in half? And I'm a trustee who sat at all these meetings and had the discussion. What do you think our community is going to ask? And so I'm like, can we get this communicated to the board before we vote? So that's my question.
I don't want to misspeak. It seems like I remember the committee really having those discussions. Is that accurate? If it's not, then I'm going to stop right there. It seems like that discussion happened. I'm not asking you to relay it. I just want to make sure before I proceed with a comment that isn't accurate. You guys kind of struggled, for lack of a better word. I think you said earlier you spent an entire meeting focused on Leander High.
Yeah, we absolutely did, and actually asked those questions and talked about the pros and cons. Is it even possible? I think I guess the short answer would be yes, it is possible, but it creates complications in how you phase the project and mobilizing and demobilizing and delays, so I think it certainly was something we discussed as a possibility, but ultimately decided because of those complications and the fact that it would ultimately end up costing the district more to do it that way, we brought it forward as just, the full phase 2.
And the reason I asked that question is because I think that's the story you're asking us to tell, because that group of that committee, those are voters. And I know the intent of that committee is not to represent all of our voters, but there are a significant number of people in there that, in my opinion, do represent a variety of different perspectives that we're analyzing and talking this through. And I, not going to all of them, even saw the evolution in that conversation and had a perception that, okay, this is hard, but as I learn, and that's the story, I think, what you're saying for us to tell. Sorry, that was a long way to get there, but.
No, I think that's great. I think, can we tell that story to the board before they vote?
Yeah, I do. And
It might not be in all the pamphlets and all the designs and all that, but can we at least convey the story of why this bond, why these items?
Exactly. And I think that's an important point, regardless of whether we make that decision for November or May or next November, where regardless of when, that's the story you want to hear, right?
Board member, all right, let's go to the next section.
Okay, so transitioning back to me, but this slide starts to answer and address at least one of the questions that we did here last time, and it's just, what is the cost of deferment? And we're going to divide this into two costs. One cost is financial, and the other one is time. And so Clint even mentioned it a little bit earlier. Sometimes just deferring something for 6 months can cost you a year in construction. There are small windows, and they continue to get really small in the summers, to do a lot of these major projects. So that's what I wanted to lift here, and this is just taken to May. I know you could defer a year and 2 years. You could do a lot of different scenarios. I wanted to do May. We're going to concentrate on May because that's the next available opportunity the board would have, if not in November of 2026. So going ahead with the plan that we have in place with these projects, that a lot of the major like modernizations, things like that, could begin in the summer of 2027. If a bond was to go to voters in May and that was to be approved, there is not enough time in order to start implementing those major projects that immediate summer. And so then that would be deferred to the summer of 2028. And then all subsequent modernizations within the sequence of the bond rollout would then slide an additional year as well. And so, yes, Trish, I see you have a question.
I just want to make sure I understand the basis of this, though, because it almost sounds like when we go to bond, if we voted for it and the voters voted for it and it came back to us, you're not going to ask for all the bond authorization up front. We don't do that. Blake just talked about
Correct.
Bond authorization is staggered over the years. Mm-hmm. So then, I mean, if you went to May, you would just stagger it a little closer. So you don't issue all the bond.
Correct. Yeah, this is more yeah, there's authorization of bond, there's selling bonds, and then there's implementation of bond. And this is more concentrated on the implementation portion of it. And so, yeah, from a sale point, I think you can really stay aligned to some sort. But when I'm beginning a project, I can't begin in the summer of 2027 a modernization. I don't have the adequate time because most of these I need to design them. So I need more runway in order to begin construction on these projects.
I mean, given the conversations we had tonight about do those projects relate to student experience and student outcomes, I mean, they might need more runway, which is fine.
The same thing with Leander High School, that project would have, if it goes into November, that would kick off in January. And there's so many different moving parts on that critical path that if that was to be adjusted to May, then that would actually extend the duration of that project. And those are just some of the highlights that I wanted to bring in front of you that sometimes we don't think about. I just want to surface some of the implications.
Absolutely. And I'm just, maybe the community might not ask this, but I know as a trustee, this is my question. We're currently spending bond authorization now on the LHS master plan. We're currently doing work now, and we're trying to move students around doing it. It's not like we're going to shut down Leander High School to do all of these. We're going to phase out how we do the bond authorization. I still don't see how 6 months really does this for some of the, I'm just not understanding it. So, you know, if this is where you are, we'll go. I think I just need a little more explanation later.
Well, I think you're going to get into this, so I don't want to get ahead, but if it is, some things are impacted by the timing of this. So the way we do modernizations at an elementary, they start in the summer. They do them over 2 summers. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So that would delay till another summer. I'm not saying that is good or bad. That is just a fact. Unless we significantly change the way we do elementary. Now, if we need to buy buses, that's an ordering delay. That's less impacted by the November to May. So some aspects it's not as big. Some aspects it would change.
I guess that's just the
when I
point
say
is-
big, I feel like there's value placed on that. There's varying degrees of the impact of the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I don't know that some of those things are bad or good. It's just is.
Right. I just, again, as trustees are, like, if it's a critical need, let's talk about the tier 1. If it's a critical need and you're talking about an HVAC failing on our students in the campus, that's critical, right? So if you're saying, oh, we're going to bond for all these HVACs that we could or could not fail, I'm like, oh, okay, I got it. But we've got so many projects in here. We're not going to start doing them all, nor are we going to authorize all this fund in November. And so I'm just still processing how this order of operations is happening, especially with a long-range plan that you are going to get in February or March or April, whatever the spring timeline is. So it's just not working all in my head yet.
Yeah, see, one thing, because I'm trying to work and narrow this down a little bit. For one example, let's say Nauman Elementary. Built in 1999. This summer, it turned 27 years old. So in order to get that back aligned to the replacement life cycle that it is, all those systems, that risk increases every year that we defer. And so if Nauman was to be on the slate for 2027, the summer 2027, I have to wait till the summer of 2028 to even address those. So we take on one more year of risk of those systems possibly failing. And could it make it? Maybe, right? And then there's a maybe not. And same thing with, say, Cox Elementary, when some of those systems, we do cross our fingers, you know, as we go each year. And so now we just have to go one more year. And again, it could make it, but we just want to lift up the potential risk if we see system failure.
I think that's really important for the board to know, Jeremy, but that's different than saying paint or furniture, right? That's not going to be a system failure.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's still on the life cycle. And so what we do is, why modernization, we bundle everything together. We get an economy of scale. So we have one opportunity. We go in there. every 20 years, and we do all of this work, and then we leave instead of coming back in subsequent years and making more and more disruptions. And so that's kind of the structure that has been established.
Okay, so then, I'm sorry, and this, I'm gonna be quiet after this, but you're saying you want to do it for 20 years and leave it alone so we help minimize disruption, but we're talking about a long-range plan. We really want to talk about how we're designing these campuses to help pull in enrollment and kind of address the new marketplace of education that we find ourselves in. So it just, I just want y'all to hear my cognitive dissonance.
I think those are
I'm
valid
having.
points. I think all of these are valid questions. I think there's modernization in the way Jeremy's describing them, and then there's modernization. I don't even know if I should use the same word to describe what you're talking about. That's more of a remodel, you know. And so if that's the direction that we want to look for some of the floor plans or all the floor plans or you know, like I think modernization of Leander High, that's very different than what the modernization is on deck for Nauman. And so those are two different things. And there's an efficiency to the modernization that's currently planned for Nauman, some of those older campuses that are going to be 26, 27 years old or are. And so I guess I'm just reiterating, yes, can we repair HVAC through this last year? But there's efficiency to doing all of that in a systematic way, is I think the point Jeremy's making. Again, I'm not saying what's here is the best or the right, and what you're saying is, or your way is best or right. I'm just trying to explain, navigate two different approaches to this. And I think it's important for us to have this discussion and for voters to understand, again, whether we do this now or later with some adjustments, that's an important piece.
Jeremy, if something comes up and it is very critical like that, can we do a maintenance tax note and then reimburse? How does that work? I remember us talking about that a while back, and I don't know if that's a Blake question or a Jeremy question, but I'm thinking about these critical things. If we get in that situation, if
Like a
we feel
reimbursement resolution of such?
like doing a reimbursement on a bond that comes, like doing those maintenance notes.
Yes, there is a mechanic where if you had an emergency on the general fund side, you could issue non-voted maintenance tax notes, which are typically restricted to, it's a loan, it's a general fund loan, right? Secured by general fund taxes. There is a way that if you, let's say you issued that for 10 years, you could put that on a ballot proposition to flip it to the debt service side.
On a future bond election.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So let's say something catastrophic happened, building, whatever. You had to issue a maintenance tax note for that. Let's say it's $20 million. You fund that and it's paid over 10 years at, you know, $3 million a year or whatever. You could, on the next bond election, put literally a proposition that authorizes that refunding of the tax note to the debt service side. That's a risk. Voters may say no, but it's available to you. The risk is then that just lives on the general fund side as part of the general fund budget. Yeah, but you could do that.
Well, to Gloria's though, don't we have savings set aside already in for the bond oversight committee? We were talking about the balance, and we have the savings set aside.
And I think you're getting to that here in just a minute, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so one of those costs of deferment in like real dollars here. And so this is about bridging. Again, we're talking November 26th to potentially May of 2027. There are some critical pieces that need to be accounted for. Some of this can be delayed. We talked about that. You can move modernizations a year and hopefully everything works out. But there's some things we talked about, bus replacements, right? And having to meet the demand of that Senate bill. We would not say order them all in January. That's not what we would do. But if we compress that time, say if we deferred, all of a sudden you're getting closer and closer to September 2029 and the demand for these buses. So we would need to buy a portion of those buses within this 6-month time frame between November and May. And then we look at our technology devices. You know, we already have a gap year that Jason and his team have done this year with devices. And so looking into the next year instead of going 2 gap years. This is for the first year device replacements within the bond, including the bond 12.4. We also have radio antennas. These are the BDA antennas. This is not the full project. This is to go phase 1 and get these campuses that are in the most need up to the standard that's required for our first responders. And so we have some campuses that may have a kind of a dark spot in one of the in the building that we need to have these new antennas installed in order to have full coverage. And so this is just a portion of that. And then HVAC replacement. There are some items within this bond that you saw that are standalone. One of them being the chiller replacement at Vandergrift High School. This is actually out of sequence because Vandergrift ain't 25 years old. And so we've seen issues with these chillers. If they go down, we are in big trouble because you can't just get a chiller off the shelf. And so, and to rent one of those is probably $80,000 a month or so, right? And so that's an issue. So that would need to be addressed. And then I wanted to put in here HVAC classroom unit only. Let's say we have a classroom unit down in Cox Elementary, and I need to replace that HVAC. I have to tear the ceiling out, by the way, because the HVAC is on the wall, down to the floor. All that work is about $75,000 a classroom, and that doesn't include the disruption time. This happens, by the way, and we're lucky that we can make repairs, but we're starting to not be able to get parts for these units, and so that would really put us in a bind. So I wanted to highlight that. Total 6-month bridge is approximately $17.8 million for these items. That's not including if we have a catastrophic failure at a campus for HVAC. So then I'll bring you over here to the red circle of current 2017 bond savings that we've gone through with Bond Oversight Committee come to the board. That number is about $18.6 million. So that's potential savings that could bridge this gap until May of 2027. But again, that would draw down significantly that additional savings that we've already identified. And so I wanted to highlight some of, can we get there? There's a possibility, but there's some things that we need to make sure that we address within this 6-month gap.
Can you confirm then, that's the bond savings amount, not of all bond savings dollars, because we haven't finished doing all the project. This is the bond savings that you already had it set aside for this. Is that right? Like it was for emergency? Because isn't that what you said at one of the meetings, that you were already setting aside a percentage of the bond dollars for emergencies? Is that?
So this is beyond that because this is closed out
to
projects. Yes, this is closed out projects that we've been able to realize savings, and instead of them sitting in a line item, we move them down to project savings so you know exactly what you do have.
Excellent. So this is bond savings, and then what is the amount that we have set aside to help us in emergencies?
Yeah, so the major maintenance is about $7 million, and what that does is it accounts for out-of-cycle stuff, right? So that's not including anything that's in here because it's unplanned emergency. So about just over $7 million in the major maintenance.
Next slide.
Oh, wait, I still have more questions. I
Wait,
was just
nope.
sharing the mic.
Yeah, we're going into Vader next, so.
Yeah, I have
we might
questions.
as
I have
well.
so many questions about Vader.
Oh.
So now let me finish here on
Yeah.
these bond savings. So when I'm looking at the bond savings that are possible from projects that you've identified, that doesn't include the projects that you're working on that you haven't closed out yet.
Correct.
There could be additional savings there. We don't know what that is yet, so we don't know. But I'm looking at the total I'm looking at the total identifiable, like, as best I could from board briefs. I went and added up. It looked like we had already spent $24 million in bond savings from BOC before, right? So it seems like I appreciate the job the Bond Oversight Committee is doing, but it's really important, I think, that we understand these numbers
Sure.
when we're thinking of, do we have something that can help us if we need to wait until May, if we need to wait until the long-range plan is, so we can do it, so we can go to our voting community all at once, and so it gives time for either communication or for your office, our CFO, to really pull the information that our committee worked so hard on and did all the hours, because right now all we see is the name. We don't have the full picture of why this, right? Like, what does this really mean for us? And so I want to make sure I understood there's still more projects out there which would probably lead to more project savings.
Yes, I would say yes. As time evolves, it may not be liquid right now, right? Based on where we are with some of the projects, and as we progress later on, we'll be able to probably realize some of those savings. It's just the timing of everything, right? That this $18.6 million may be able to cover this gap, but if you extend beyond this gap and we have a campus complete HVAC system go down, those are $20 million, a piece, right? So then all of a sudden, some of these numbers could start getting really large. If we look at a 4-year cycle of say $700 million, that's a significant investment per year. And so if you push it out an entire year, that is risk that we take on of those systems or those components potentially failing, even if it is a track. Eventually, you saw what we had to do with the turf at AC Bible and Monroe. We were hoping that would be included in the upcoming bond. Unfortunately, we couldn't wait, and so we had to utilize bond savings in order to accomplish that and at a significant cost.
I think, and that's important, right? The community is going to see these items are coming up in bond savings. And I think the district's done a good job. And I think the board's done a good job. I think the community is going to go, then why can't we continue to use our bond savings for some of these items until we get our long-range plan? I'm still just trying to process what that means then for the Board of Trustees.
Am I interpreting what you're saying is that is a possibility to use bond savings as a bridge to not necessarily for long-range plan, but the timing in May gets us closer to a long-range plan? But there are still risks involved to a certain extent, is what I'm understanding that you're saying. Okay.
There are risks associated. That's what kind of in that cost of deferment within the timing, just because of things that are outside. There's inflation as well, right? So we always have, inflation, and the risk continues to be deferred. And so you're assuming that risk as you move forward. The one thing I do want everyone to understand is that we have a proposal recommendation for $700 million, and so bond savings probably can't quite reach beyond 6 months, and so that's one consideration to make, that bond savings can bridge you, just not too long.
Because there are unspent bond dollars, but they're not necessarily available or could even be moved with the Bond Oversight Committee's permission, because we still need them in those line items as stuff is still being finished up.
Can't free them up.
I know that because you told me that. I'm just restating it for everybody's awareness.
As soon as we can, I would love to do that and to put it back in savings so we can have discussions like this, but it won't be to the $100 million mark to do.
Before we ready to move to Vader? I think we've had some folks sitting here for a long time, and I'm sure you're just thoroughly enjoying your evening with this wonderful group of people, but if you leave, our feelings will not be hurt. We're going to move to the Vader discussion, and before you leave, I do just want to thank you for your time tonight, but also, like I said, I was there for a fairly significant portion of those discussions. I know it was hard, and I appreciate that. And this work will be used. Whether we go now or later, I still think this work is valuable, and it will inform to a great extent that bond. I know Jeremy's hanging around, but I appreciate you, Jeremy, too. This has been a really challenging situation to go through. A lot of these difficult discussions and potential tax rate actual increases, also in a time of transition of superintendents and a brand new superintendent being hired, that to a certain extent you guys are educating for sure. So I just want to express my appreciation there to internal staff, administration, and my team and the board for these difficult conversations. I know we still have one more to go, but I want to give you all a chance to bail out of here.
Thank y'all so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Okay. There. She may be waiting for a signal. Let's go, Gina. Come to the table. So I'll introduce this, and then by the time Gina gets up here, you'll have your questions for her. But one thing that this is going to look kind of familiar. We want to talk about the Vader concept real quick. This has been very bond heavy, but the Vader is another important decision and consideration. What you're seeing here is the 3-year outlook that was presented on May 21st. That's very important. This is from May 21st, and it's not the same as right now, but I will give you some insight to August 6th. There's going to be an updated version of this and so much more. So Gina's team has really put together a lot of great content to show at the next board meeting. And so I know you have some questions around this, but guaranteed to dive in a little bit more with details at the August 6th meeting. Just understand this is very, very different.
Good evening, board members. Yes, what we've been waiting for approval from TEA on MCR. And when Becky's been behind the scenes crunching numbers to make sure that it is staying, and it is very similar to this, what we're seeing is about the 6.5. It's probably going to be closer to 6.7, so a little bit more. And I kept, what you'll see next time, I've kept all the expenditures the same as what we adopted and just plugged in what we'll see in revenue. So the picture is very similar to what you saw in May. But we need to provide you all the tax rate and background information on property values and all of that information so we can talk about what tax rate you're going to adopt. But I'm happy to answer questions if I can tonight.
You go first. So my question about Vader is how recapture impacts whatever money is collected from Vader.
Correct, because the 3 remaining pennies are copper, so we will only retain about 56% of every penny. The net is the 6.7, so we're really going to receive about 12 million, but we will not keep all of that. So when we created this, we just put in what we would retain as a district.
So to plus one that, what we're saying is we're going to ask the community, if this went on the ballot, if the board approved it, then the ask would be for the community to approve of Vader, but they're only going to see just a touch over half that revenue actually stay with the district.
It's a correct statement. It's, it's still substantial, but yes, would we like to keep it all? If we had the choice, I would absolutely take it. I would take more than that, but we won't. And we absolutely need to be transparent about that. The information I'm bringing next week shows that very clearly so that you can see it. At this time, we didn't really have all of the numbers, but I've put it in a different look so that you can see what we total get and then the increase in the recapture so that you can very clearly see, because I do want to be very transparent when we have this conversation.
Last time, when we put out communications on the Vader, we said it would net our district $30 million annually.
I believe that's correct about that. If I remember, I'd have to go back and look at the actual numbers. I think that's right. It's been a long time.
I need to make sure I understand, because we told our community we'd get 30 million annually, and now we're going and asking for a few years later 12 million more, or whatever the number is. I'm just, again, I think it's really important, if we're going to vote on this, we need to understand what it is, because the community is going to say, again, if we vote on it, the community votes on it, what do we get out of this? What did we get last time? And what did we think the district, and there may be a disconnect between what they thought the district was going to provide and what the district was thinking they were going to provide. And can we connect and bridge some gaps on what we're saying we're going to provide this time, or why? Because it's even, I think, a bigger step and something really to consider.
I think it's a different message for sure than then.
And I think that's a good question, and that's why that's really the purpose of these last couple slides, is so we can get these questions and go really deep next week, because in the reasoning behind that is, I'll let you explain why we don't want to go deep on details tonight. One, the length of the previous portions of this, but also you
Right.
have the values in that.
We just didn't have all the information to put it together. We didn't want to bring you numbers tonight and then change it in a week because we did not have approval from TEA, and they actually pushed back a little bit. We got it straightened out, and we got approval today, but we didn't want to make assumptions, and so doing that, then I have to come back around and change, and we didn't want to do that. So the detail, and also the CFO is back next week, and I really think it's important that he has involved in this conversation. So that's really why we pushed it off, just to be as accurate as we could and to make sure everyone's involved.
So I think these questions are really important because it's going to help us form what we bring next week as well. I know we talk a lot about the pennies and the impact on property taxes and the revenue it generates, but our funding is ultimately based on enrollment numbers and attendance. Do you have any insight of where we are with, I see what the projections were based on. Are we coming close on that, or?
I was super excited earlier this week, and I don't want to get too excited. I mean, you know me, I'm Debbie Downer.
It's just an update.
I want to be happy, and then nope, let's just wait. Wait a minute, because it'll change. But I have been looking at them. I stuck my head in the sand for a couple weeks because I didn't want to look at them because I was terrified. But I decided I had to do it, and when I did, for funding purposes, we are on target. So again, we brought a number for funding and for staffing. And for funding, we are on target for these numbers. Now, we all know the first day we drop, and so I'm hopeful we'll see it increase even more because then that gives us that capacity in there to lose students that we know we're going to lose. But it's encouraging because I don't think that we've been here in the last couple of years, and so it's a good thing to see. I'm hoping PASA did, they realigned, and I think maybe it's working. I don't want to get too excited, but I was encouraged, for sure.
Yeah, you sent numbers. I'm not going to read them because I know it's going to make you nervous. And I just be clear that
Please.
We appreciate your conservative approach on this to not get us overly excited. But to your point, when you look at the trends, we've been way behind at this time in the past. This could change.
Correct.
Let's be clear. This could change, and it could change. It will change.
Oh, yes,
and
it
it
will
could go
change.
up, it could go down, it could go down, then back up, or up and then back down.
It'll definitely go down and come back up, but I'm hoping we see an increase before the first day of school. I kind of expect that. Again, I just ain't saying anything.
But I think it's a good, I don't know if this is the right word, kind of a dipstick check of where we are right now at this point and moment in time. We're a little over what was built into the budget for this year in terms of enrollment numbers to generate all the funding.
For the funding portion of it.
We're going to keep monitoring, though.
Yes, I will.
Just real quick, you don't have to answer this tonight, but for next week, what would be helpful for me to see is the implication of waiting on a Vader till May.
We can't do a Vader in May. You have to do it on a November election.
Okay, so waiting till next November, what the implications are on the budget for that. And I know you can't say a lot of specifics because you haven't done the budget for next year yet, but what kinds of scenarios are we looking at, especially when we're thinking about including teacher raises? So.
Okay, I've put some of that in for next week a little bit. I also think it's important, I mentioned this before, that Dr. Clark had asked me to start a strategic planning committee, and I am working on that. Part of that is to make sure in that process that I've also identified maybe expenditures that I don't know about, so getting key players in the room. And so I'm starting that. I've started on that, trying to get a core group and then expanding it. So those conversations are going to be important as we move through the fall. And also for next week, having information about how the revenues from the last Vader. So we talked about the 30 million. We know that we did a 5% teacher pay increase that time. And that amount, or since it was a pay increase, it keeps, it's something that lasts forever. And so just wanting to make sure that we have an idea of how much of that really went to teacher pay increases.
Okay.
And on that, I think it would be helpful to know, like, if we're, I don't know, I'm assuming we're gonna get some update on what we would do with the Vader. And so I would like to know what is reoccurring versus one-time funds in that. How it impacts the fund balance. And then what the message was that we told the community, or we think we told the community it would do. And what happened, if we can. I will say that my husband and I went to like this fundraising event, and they were telling us, it was when we were young, right? So my son wasn't even born yet. My husband and I are at this, and man, we just love this event and the idea of what they're doing, but they started giving us ideas for how we could save money to put into the fundraising event to help, right? Philanthropy, I love it. But they started talking about things like when you go out to eat, do water and don't do soda. I mean, we know how much that is. But my husband and I were already doing that. They were like, limit your movies. I'm like, no, we're already doing that. Don't go out to eat, make a sandwich. No, we're already doing that. As a new couple, like out starting in marriage, we were like financially strapped. And actually we ended up leaving, and it was I love that of giving back to your community, but we left feeling just disappointed because we were already so strapped, and it felt like, I don't know, there was a disconnect. And I don't want to have a disconnect with our community. We're hearing that foreclosures are increasing. We're seeing the increase in gas prices. There's so many we're hearing about the increase in housing prices. And so I want to know, I guess from a district standpoint, I don't know really how much of this we can do, is are we going to be able to tell our community we've looked under our rocks as well? We've made decisions, or we're doing things. What does it mean to go to TIA, or why are we not going to TIA? Are we leaving money on the table before we go ask our community? I don't know to what level, but there needs to be some kind of information on this, so at least community knows, like, we're going to try to also tighten our belt as well. There needs to be some type of I don't know, it needs to feel collaborative, right? We're going to do something, and the community is going to do something. We're going to come together, and we're going to help our kiddos. So,
I agree. I also, I'm going to go back to the strategic planning committee. It seems, we are looking for other things, revenue included in that, as well as possible expenditure reductions, and yet we may be also asking for a Vader. So it is very different message than what we did before. So I agree with you. Stepping through this collaboratively with the district and with community is going to be really important.
There's a theme here, in my opinion. It's telling the story, because it's similar to what we talked about earlier with a different circumstance. Tell the story of what we've done. We've significantly reduced expenditures over the last two budget cycles.
15 million and then 11 million.
I was hoping you'd know those numbers. So
yeah, yes, I've been working with those lately. Yes,
you probably see them in your sleep, or So it's telling that story, but also what has changed since the last Vader. Introduction of the police department is huge.
Yes.
So yes, we got 32 million, I think, from the last Vader, but now, and I'm not asking you to answer this now, but we can tell this story of how we're reducing costs, even though revenue increased. But it's just like your home budget. If expenditures also increase, then the revenue just is eaten up. And so some of those expenditures are required by the state, and then some of them we did to properly recruit and retain our staff with a 5% pay increase. I think it's just filling in all those gaps. So at minimum, everybody is informed when they make their decision to vote. That's really all we want, is an informed decision. If that story informs you to vote one way or the other, that's what we want, right?
I just think the challenge I have is, do trustees feel like they already have enough of that story to make their vote? Because I think I'm challenged right now, and that I appreciate the staff and all the work that they've done. undermining any of that, like, great work. But there's some dots that I need connected to make sure I understand the
Absolutely.
story.
I mean, I'm hearing no, you don't, is what the answer to your question is. So I think that's why we want this feedback.
Or even the increase in other costs like utilities or insurance, other costs. And we tend to hear the story from the legislature that there was a ton of cash infused into public education this last session, and then we can reiterate how that actually cost us money. I mean, we didn't really.
It's tied specifically to certain things, absolutely, and then it actually did increase costs for the district, for sure. Yes, we can put some of that in there.
Just to echo that piece, I think a lot of that money that they're talking about being infused were the flow-through money for teachers. And so there is this graph of like the increase per student that's being spent, but it's including that piece that actually is not impacting our budget in any way.
Correct, that's a good point.
Okay, next thing. Thank you, Keena.
Yeah, so that Vader transitions us into the setup for like the third part that we mentioned on August 6th. We've heard some that we're going to go in depth on the Vader and some of the details there, but really, given both circumstances, we've heard some information that's been needed. We still have some questions. We still have some information that we need. And so this is that opportunity in order to try to address all of those things. And understanding that you may not have, all the questions may not have come up today, all right? After you've seen a lot of information, you heard a lot of feedback. And so what we're trying to do is get to a point on August 6th that you have information, if you want to move forward or not. But we don't want to misstep here. We want to make sure that we provide you what you need. And so that is the cue into if there's anything specific that administration needs to make sure that we fold into a presentation or a conversation on the 6th, we want to make sure that we capture that before we leave today.
And board members, I know some of us are process thinkers.
Yeah.
If it comes to you tonight at 3 a.m. in the morning, like it does to me, please make sure you get those questions into administration. Please try to make a deadline of tomorrow. That way they have time to prepare. It's not last minute. They know what they're looking for, and we give admin enough time. So I know sometimes questions come up Monday. I get it. But please try to focus on getting those questions in at least by end of day tomorrow.
And if I could just do, some of it might just be a recap, so it's like a lightning round, which is that for the design, the modernization, I am confused as to what are all the pieces in a modernization. I'm confused what's not there. And you don't have to tell me what's not there, but I really need to know what is there, because it seems like there's a design cost to get what's there. And that is, I'm confused by that. I'm also confused because we talk about things like lights and paint, and it's a good idea to do it. But of course, my thought is that's not going to be a 30-year bond. And I'm just curious, how long do we bond those items for? Because they have a shorter life cycle. And I know we have plans, because IT's come and talked, and I pretty much get an idea on how those bonds and life cycles and that works. I'm curious about the paint and the light and the stuff in modernization and how that one works. And then there was a discussion on, yes, we still need to complete our infrastructure, like take care of the buildings that we have. But if modernization needs to change, we could pivot with those funds. To me, that makes me think that, okay, then maybe we don't need to go to bond immediately. Maybe we could wait if there was even the thought of pivoting. And so I want to make sure I understand about that. And I do want to see like the bonds over multiple years. Like, I just need to better understand what's so important and what's so critical now. I also need to, lightning round, I'm almost done, but just for things for us to consider. Last time we went to bond, as we got ready to vote on bond, there was some things kind of left off our bond list. And
we were like, oh, we need to add this in. I just want to know that administration has done their checks and cross their T's and dot their I's for whatever they do come to us with. And there were some items that were bonded, but not, whatever was bonded was not completed. There were other pieces that we needed. I don't know if it was brackets to actually hang it, or I don't remember all the pieces. And I can follow up with y'all offline, but I just want to know that administration is looking at it this time to make sure that if we're bonding something, that item will be something that you're asking that can be fully utilized at that time. It's not just a partial item. And I think that's all my lightning round things. Thank you.
If you don't mind, if I can knock a couple of those out right now. And so going back to the original from a design standpoint, every project that we have, especially a $20 million project, we do construction management, but we have to have architects and engineers on hand because it requires a mechanical engineer. It requires architecture. So there's drawings, there's packages, bid packages, everything that go into it. So we're not designing a building, but there's still design components, especially from a mechanical engineering standpoint. All of that is required to be engineered. That's state law, and that's procurement law that we have to do. And so that's the design that's tied to that. And so to clear that up a little bit, I also, maybe something that could be useful is to provide what are those standard industry lifespans of these type of components, right? That we would love to be at 20 years for an HVAC renovation. One of the reasons for that is that HVAC typically falls around 20 years, so does carpet. Paint is every 10 years. So you start seeing these increments, and that's why we take advantage of those. So I wouldn't consider most of what's included in a modernization to be those short life cycle things. So when you're amortizing a modernization over 25 to 30 year period, it kind of aligns with the systems that are in there. So what I'll do is I'll try to provide the life cycles of those. They're not short life cycles like a 5-year iPad or anything, laptop or anything else like that. And so we'll provide some of that context for you.
I guess I want to understand that we can get bonds aligned to the life cycle of the item. That's what I'm looking for. Because of your bond length, like you do a 30-year note on a campus, but you do smaller bonds on smaller life cycles. I just want to know they do get aligned, that we're not paying really long interest rates on a light bulb or on paint. That's what I'm looking for. And then that mechanical engineering piece you're talking about, again, I just need some help connecting the dots because I'm still like, why don't we just wait until May, or maybe we can help escalate the, long-range planning to really put all the pieces together. And so I'm still not understanding that connection. So let
me work on that.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll work on that. Okay.
I think we're all out of questions.
Thank you.
No, we're good? All right, board members, I know y'all are going to have more questions. So make sure you get with...
I just wanted to clarify. I know the answer to this, but I just wanted to
Oh boy, we have one more question. Hold on.
No, we'd had this discussion before. It's, Jeremy, we'd had a discussion before about why you just can't take certain bond. So for example, where I'm going with this is when you look at the culinary equipment replacement at CPHS, it's just 300,000. But you just finished a project there. There might be some leftover funds, and then the question would be, why don't you just use that? But you've told me before that you just can't do that because at some point you get audited and the scope of a modernization does not include some of these other items. And so you don't want to go outside the scope, even if the funds are there.
Yeah, it's also aligning savings. Now, you could go to bond oversight, right, to consider that once some savings are realized in that project. So that is one route. What happens is we're at the overlap. We have these needs. We have not 100% finished that project, and so that's the overlap that you do realize sometimes. But we need to go to bond oversight when we're trying to extend scope and change it.
So wait, just so I understand that could be a potential barrier if we passed a bond for a modernization and then LRP tells us to pivot and use it for something different.
So it all depends on how you line out that scope of work and what
Okay.
that line item is, right? And so with a modernization, and you have an intent behind the modernization, it meets the definition that you've created because we want to communicate to our voters what we're doing. So if something was to change and the board wanted to change direction on a project like that, then that would be presented to a bond oversight committee, and then they could give their feedback on it. It still comes to the board for ultimate approval. So you do have ultimate approval of a change like that.
All right, if y'all have any other questions, please make sure you get them into Jeremy or Chris, okay? That's great. Before 5 p.m. tomorrow. Jeremy, Christina, Gina, and our guests that left today earlier, Clint, Rachel, Madison, and Blake. Oh, I did it. Thank y'all so much. I know this has been an interesting journey, and I know the board is very passionate about this, but I appreciate y'all listening and leaning in and giving us a space to ask all of the questions. So I appreciate it. All right, board members, it is 9:30 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personal and public officers. Texas Government Code 5510821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personal identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken during open session.
It is 10:37 p.m. and having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.